Alright, it's case 4. I'm sorry. Episode 4. Look at me being stupid, calling them cases. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed.
Hello.
Indeed.
Right, Kurgosh, it really would.
Another part to this story
could make me stream this game forever.
His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Oh no. Don't worry, we'll try to solve the case. Probably not though. Okay, February. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? This makes me want to watch the Will Ferrell Sherlock Holmes movie, haha. The rooms were so luxurious, I feel like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Jack Third would be the final boss. Oh, I hope so. I hope we become him. Sorry, Phoenix. Yo, Michael. Harvey Birdman. Never. This makes me want to play MVC3. What else you got? Oh yes, it was really the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except when I learned that we owed £3 for the room, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Okay, wait, £3 in 1900. Exactly. How much would that be? That seems like a lot. Here, let's inflation calculate this shit up. Alright, hold on. So first of all, £3 is how much dollars? $4.17. Okay, so in 1900, $4.17 would be... Oh, won't let me do that. Oh, I think because can't put period marks in it. What the, is it broken? Oh, you can't go before 1913. Okay, fine. So in 1913, $4.17 would be $114. That's not that bad. That's pretty good for a hotel. That's like pretty normal, actually. What are you like freaking out about, Susato? I missed case closed as well. That was so fun. Oops. Sorry about that, babe.
Sorry about that.
The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that some money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. What? I think something's not right here. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I played the first Edgeworth one. The second one didn't come out in the US, didn't it? Oh, I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. He should have took the money. He should have. You'll keep the money. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Oh, London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Who's this? Is this gonna be the kendo? You keep the money. Yes, we, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes. Building a house in 1800 Tokyo is a hazard. That is true. I guess it makes sense if you're just buying like paper and wood as like what they were saying earlier. Versus like this like mega industrial building we're in. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation to British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And, in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. This is all I can do without straining my voice. I'd rather just like read this stuff as like normal as possible so I'm not straining my voice. And then when we actually get to the trial, where there's like 600 different characters that'll actually like, you know, matter if I read that out loud, that's when I'll put more gusto into it maybe. Unless I'm dying by then. Oh, we passed the test! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. Yes, we did one thing. And... well, did he burn to death? Yeah, Oliver, can you read some of it? Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. Already a new case? I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than a practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were to hope? Okay, so what about the fire? What more were you hoping for? Culpability of the defendant has not at the present time established by the court. Consequently, jury will not be required to offer judgment. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, couldn't have asked for a better defense. Look at this smarmy bastard. Mr. McGill really was innocent? Absolutely not. Mr. Naruhodo! It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? He does seem like a nice guy. You know, if I learned anything from Ace Attorney games, like, the more angles you have on your face, the less trustworthy you are. And that guy had a lot of angles. Magnus McGill had passed away, immediately following the trial. So he was in the flaming cart.
Hello?
Hello, Raver. You're 31 months. Oh my god. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Those birds are like, oh, shut him out. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds. I can't get there fast enough until my next engagement. Time enough for you, perhaps. 19 minutes all I spare. He really is a McGriddle. So what about the McGriddle's death? We should have taken his money. I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. 2D poop people, yeah. Like, this guy... See, this guy's got angles, but he's like... He's softening them up with his mutton chops. Mutton chops... maybe that's more suspicious. Alright, it goes... In tier list of suspicion, mutton chops, angles on your face, and then probably short people. Because we all know tall, lanky people are completely innocent all the time. Oh yeah, swan on your head would go under angles. Oh, being a woman. It goes being a woman, mutton chops, too many angles. Yeah. So anyway, this cart. I don't know if it just hot, just being a woman. Precisely. Wait, short and women beer done. Oh yeah, short people. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No! How could such a thing have happened? They're so tall. Well, that's why short people are suspicious. That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful. That's pretty rough. And nobody, like, helped him. The man must have slipped inside while the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. The bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? This is weird. But is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back to the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again. See, like, look how many angles he has on his face. He's got, like, everywhere. His hat. As if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. The police? Poor Mr. McGilded. Tell me about the British court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was, wow. It's horrible liar. Snarhoda means the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato in such a way with words. And you seem to have a way failing to find the right ones. Wait, how'd she read our mind? What? Judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world, is it? Oh shit, I added... Wait, where is it? Oh, I thought I added, oh, do you? But I think it got cut off, so I had to replace it. Or I had to get rid of it.
Hope this is not Chris's blood.
She's psychic. Maybe, yeah, maybe she is Maya. Or he's just talking out loud this whole time because he's that stupid. It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of this case were so incriminating. I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Something funny? Mr. Mutton Chops. No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceed my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared a new case for you that I mentioned before. Wait, prepared the new... like, did he murder somebody to make a new case for me? What's going on? What was he gonna say before? Alright, so about this new case. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming and quite so urgent as your last assignment. That's how you start up cases this whole time? Just an excuse to kill people? He's just like, alright, we got a new case for you. You can solve it. It's just a test, don't worry. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? Are you speaking out loud, Ryunosuke? That is to say, no one has died as yet. Oh my god, he is planning to murder someone. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. Oh my god, do we actually get to do an investigation and then a trial? Like, probably an actual ace attorney? 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. It's me on trial for murder. Yeah, totally different. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything all right? Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could just face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. So there is one similarity with yesterday's case. Oh, God. Oh, of course! No one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. How do they get anything done here in London? They don't. Ryunosuke is a hero right now. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Drago's ruling the center. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds till the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asagi? Yeah? I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. What do you mean by that? Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change hours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh! Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. Oh yeah, this thing that we'll never know. There's something very important that I have to tell you. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he never would have. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asaki never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. This guy? Oh no, are we gonna have like another Dick Gumshoe? He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? Is it Hosonaga? I hope so. Gumshoe never- there's so many gumshoes in this. So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. His name's like Charles Gumshoe or something. I must make him sound like... Oh my god, what was... Rebecca, are you here? What was the fake Charlie Chaplin name? What was it? Like his weird uncle or whatever. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew. But honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yeah, what are those fries? Like fish and chips? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. What? No! My D-pad's not working. Nothing's working! I can't scroll to him. No, it's fine. I think I just couldn't converse. I had to actually examine him. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Look, that's the guy. Oh my god, Rebecca. Hold on, I need to DM her something real quick. What was... He's eating fish and chips. Oh yeah, Chiplin. Charlie Chiplin at your service. That's who this is. My friend Rebecca's like mom and Aunt Katie were doing like a crossword puzzle or something, and they couldn't think of the name Charlie Chaplin, so they called him Chiplin. And so we made a character based on him, and he's just like a freaking idiot, and that's who he like reminds me of right now. Lovely weather, is it? I know, look at those chips. What's the weather got to do with anything? Like that's I'm just like picturing him talking like Charlie Chaplin. Ugh. Listen to me, you young Japanese upstarts. Oh no. So he's eating- wait. Charlie Chaplin! Does he look like a Charlie Chaplin? That's who I picture. Those are chips. And he's eating it from like a newspaper. But Susato-san, not as youthful, yeah, he's like older Charlie Chaplin. But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. Dude, how is it coming back? Well, he's biting into it, then he's just doing tricks. He's like Oliver. That's Oliver wishes food would just come back like that. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. It's Mary Poppins chips. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard, going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. It kind of looks like someone. He's eating the paper too. I don't think he is. No. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Eh? He's like never seen a woman before. It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? 1 second. Oh my god, I keep tabbing out. It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable, how did she pull that off? Well, she tamed the beast. So ahem, Lord Strongguard has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson? Okay, that's a pretty cool name. Tobias Gregson. Inspector Grace Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does the detective name mean something to her? This guy just walks around with fish and chips and a newspaper wrap. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? At your service. You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well. Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh. Was Hercule Poirot by a son of Greg? Oh, here. That's right, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Okay. He probably doesn't see it as a friendly rivalry. He probably hates Sholmes' guts, but Sholmes is just like, oh, you old chap. All right, let's see if I'm right. You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, well, Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot in all of Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. Juan Johnson. Well, we have a Wilson, whoever that is. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London now. Wait, why is he mad? That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. I know, all these enthusiasts. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. Like, who is this? Oh, is he who he's based off? What a nice looking man. Is he evil? Is he nice? No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. No, you're gonna crush your chips! Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since she started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Maybe I should give him the 1950s voice, because that doesn't strain my voice. He seems like he's gonna be in this case a lot. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk like are here. Dude, fish and chips sounds so good right now. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people. Nah. No, I want fish and chips. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before? Wait, he pocketed them? Nothing to tell, really. He has like a holster for them. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Wait, but I thought nobody died. Oh, okay. Wait, yet? The guy said she didn't die yet. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever was off with the Susato takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to this trial tomorrow is Lord— No! I have to see this clown again? I have to oh my god, I have to deal with Van Zeeks again? I don't know if I have it in me to deal with him 2 days in a row. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Virgil— at least we can just spam Virgil Boot. He's the best. He's so fucking annoying. But we have Virgil Boot now. It's perfect. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. No, he was my husbando until I started to hate his guts because he's annoying. No, I like him, okay? I like Van Zeeks. I just can't deal with him. But I like Kazuma more still. He's my boy in this game. But he's gone. Can they have like a boot off? Yeah, until he prolonged everything. I just want to be like, Van Zeeks, just go home already. What are you doing? Lord Barrack Van Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? God, this guy. When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accursed sacrificial lambs. Nah, he's cool. I just the mission or the case last night would just not fucking end, and it was just like, Zeeks, just go home already. It's over. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, isn't it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector. Then yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured the verdict of not guilty. Ha, and what of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? Don't pocket your chips, man. What happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah. Magnus McGilda came a cropper in the omnibus when it went up in flame. So, you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? Right, 100% Jablook, 100%. I feel like, oh god, shut up already. What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks can get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic, I'm sure. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are you really supposed to believe that? I'm so jealous of your fish and chips. How are you doing that? Speaking of black magic, by the way. Right, well, I filled you in as requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. Oh my god, please let me come with you. I love investigations. It was Briar Road, you say, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. Oh, you're getting sushi tomorrow? I'm jealous. He was spawning them. How? Yeah. Unless it's like a Bloodborne situation where you can only have 20 blood vials with you. And so, like, you have a bunch in your storage. So maybe he only had 20 fish and chips with him. And he needs to go refresh his blood vials. Yeah, okay, Toasty, I'll fly over. I'll fly right on over. I kind of want fish and chips now. Damn it! These games just keep making me hungry. You've branded him a criminal already? Don't you ever pick up your shit, Virgil Boot? He just makes it worse. Yeah, he does. He looks like a Mario sibling. He kind of looks like there's Mario, Luigi, and then Wario and Waluigi. He's like the fifth Beetle of them all. The fifth Ario. Fario. Aw, Fario. He just like does their accounting or something. He's as good as what? Oh, shaking like a leaf in his cell he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's Ringo Luigi. It just looks like Ringo Luigi. What? He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53? Greiji. Greiji sounds like Keiji Maeda. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Baileys, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? No, I just want to go investigate. Shut up. To tell you the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again. I think you're the 19th bits, Redfield. Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. Thanks for 41 more bits, Redfield. Hi, Cloud, how are you? But if the man they've arrested is innocent, thanks for 23 bits, Redfield. Do I live? I hope so. You can well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, it's back from the dead for now. Thanks to the 12 bits, Redfield. If I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm gonna make some inquiries. So will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go! Good to see you're among the living, is what I said to my computer. Okay, wait, my controller does work. I was being stupid earlier. Alright, we're going to Briar Road in the prison? We still haven't been here yet. I wonder what awaits us. Just being scared of a guy who you only faced when you lost based on his own submitted evidence. He even submitted his boot and everything. That couldn't win. I'm stupid. Hang on, guys. I kind of forgot to do something really important before I started my stream. So I'm gonna do that right now. Basically, I had to replace my PayPal card. And that's how I was paying my car insurance with. And my car insurance is like, hey, your card doesn't work, so we can't charge you. And they're like, you have until this day to pay it off or we'll cancel your policy. And that was like 3 weeks ago. So I've been putting it off and today's the last day and I just remembered. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. I've just been lazy. One sec. My car insurance is about to get Virgil booted. Alright, there. No more. Oh god, please don't look at my card. No more, canceling of my insurance, please. Wait, why do I... Okay, so am I good? Policy. Status active. Okay, still looks good, right? Good. Oh shit, it's like, it's gotten so much cheaper. Hell yeah, okay, we got it. I am still insured. I'm glad I remembered, because I kept thinking it was like at the end of the month, but then I specifically remember them like seeing a 0 at the end of the date, like so like 30, not 31. So I'm like, shit, I should probably do that. Okay, we're back in it. Dante doesn't slam a desk. Let's go adulting. All right, we can do Briar Road first, I guess. No, I didn't get the purse. I missed it. It's going past me. No, because like I lost my PayPal card, so I like got a new one, and then I found my PayPal card. So like all this shit that. Oh my god, it's a little snowman! No, I just forgot the listing. But it went back up, so I can still get it second round. So this is where it happened, Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. She'd be afraid of the snowman? Oh. Look at the regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. Yeah, that's... I didn't think of the non-big... Well, I don't know. It's insurance policies. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know? But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicting the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd come this close. It's a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Hee, of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dream comes true. I don't see Inspector Gregson anywhere. Shall we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Why should we sneak? I won't upset one of those bobbies and we butt on the head by one of those metal helmets. Like, he's gonna, like, headbutt them. Oh no, an English bobby would never do such a thing. This is a land of gentlemen, you know. Is it? Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like this to rush the crime scenes and cart away criminals. Very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of these through the streets of London. We'll just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. Be a criminal. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if that's the only way. Help me find a good stone! No, 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 I wasn't serious. Hee, what a delightful snowman. Didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. Hey! All snowmen are beautiful! Oh, it has a scarf, look! You need one if you're out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. Just steal it from the snowman. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. William Robbins, probably. Victim was stuck with insurance lapse. That'd be a little bit of an overreaction. Ultraviolet. Yes, I know, you're right anyway. Even if I borrowed it, I wouldn't do too much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. This music is so pretty. Oh yeah, that's what you meant, William Robbins. Yeah, I didn't know what you mean. I didn't see that. Alright. Oops. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Roams the streets killing people for minor infractions like that. You can just like smell that your insurance relapsed, and then you're just like ready to, or lapsed, and then you're ready to just not pay it. Or like it's like your last day, he really doesn't think you're gonna pay it ever. It's like, you've had until the 30th, and it's 8 p.m. on the 30th, what are you doing? And then he just kills you. No, not the jaywalkers. Ba-na-na-na. Oi! What are you foreigners doing here? Ah. Oh, we, just investigated. Conspiring with that mustache fella from Japan, are ya? Is this a new game? For us, yeah. Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you a idin. Go on. What's an idin? Is that good? He shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. What do you think was gonna happen? Oh, a hitting. Well, I can't... Wait, isn't this how I look around, left or right? Oh my god, is my controller, like, thinking... Oh, because it thinks it's joystick. Oh. Well, hold on, give me a second. Because I know on the D-pad you're supposed to move it, but my Steam controller settings are all messed up right now. Or not. Okay, well, now my controller is disabled. I mean, I could just use my mouse, but I don't want to. Oh my god, how do I change my joystick to not be... Controller... I don't know how to change my buttons. Hi, Rito. Mustache fella from Japan, who? I don't think we know him. It's not Hosonaga. Cause I go to right click, manage controller configuration, and then it just like shuts off my controller. Maybe because that game is on. Well, that's a little annoying. Or I'll just hit B, I guess, every time I want to move my camera. Oh, but then it's gonna... God, I fucking hate everything. Yep, PC Master Race problems. So it's B and M. Yeah, because like the only way I was able to get my controller to work yesterday is to make the D-pad joystick. And now it thinks my D-pad is just joystick, even though it's supposed to be like specific D-pad buttons. Excuse me, I'm just getting really emotional. Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. So must have been doing some breakneck cycling. Seems bicycles have been extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dresses to allow them to ride as well. Oh, interesting. Did not know that. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? I know her tourism attitude's really cute. No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you ever tried walking on stilts and fall into a river, I know you'd agree with me. You know, Skye. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. That's true, Funk. It's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. I guess not. Maybe after? Sounds like you tried stilts and fell over. Maybe he's never ridden a horse. I mean, no, he did. Even when he got here, he did. I don't know. Naruhodo's overreacting. Oh, look at the windows of that building. Windows are filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment? There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. Why are they covered with bricks? All I know is that the music's very pretty right now. Alright, I think we got everything over here. Passive-aggressive response to all the racism, probably. It's all he has. The cloud looks so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? The dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as Foggy London Town. The almighty. Oh god, I have to update the emote. Forgetting! I can't just make some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though. Aha, yes, that must be the Crystal Tower, being built from the Great Exhibition. It's to open in 6 months. Oh yeah, we heard that from the last case. Oh, here's the prison! Cell 9? So these are British prison cells. It already looks scary. Probably so... Yeah, I was gonna say, like... I don't think they'd be expected to be taken down to a dungeon. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. I mean, probably. Yeah, I think it's the dark sequel. Apparently our client is in the cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop by in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat as yet with no name? Oh my god, is he V? Calling me by a number, it's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? The tired of complaints was in Japanese? We got a Japanese friend? Oh, it's him! He looks tired. He looks like a Japanese- well, he doesn't even look Japanese, but he looks like... He looked like he'd be a Sherlock Holmes. Excuse me, but who- shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding, I know they are. It's like Mark Twain. They're watching, listening, even now, I can sense it. Right, so could I ask you- there you are, you've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost. A ghost? What is he doing, like, with his hands? Oh, he can't- he's fixing his tie, his mustache, and his eyes tweaking. I mean, you know, harm prisoner son, are you? Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Did we just make his day? No, he's definitely just doing this, like, in various parts of his body. He's only pretending to fix his tie. Forgive me for that outburst there, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am! In frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Oh my god, he's a Ginyu Force. Oh, he's all of them. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to a first class to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nippon. First-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes. Yes, I can, I will. Shit, stay sullen and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Hello. I have to converse with this weirdo now. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Does that translate to anything? Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. So something of a nom de plume. Nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. He's a real person? So is he like... So they didn't Herlock Sholmes him, it's just straight up Soseki Natsume? Oh, that's cool. I imagine he doesn't act anything like this in real life. Oh no, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this? It's beyond the pale. I mean, I like to believe he does every sentence. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it. No. They can do whatever they wanted. Oh, well, that's nice of them. Oh, shit. This guy has 16 years left. He's looking susky. Oh, shit. And they told me to study English literature. That I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Ugh. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. Tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white, washy. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. Often like to be told, it seems. Alright, so did you kill her? Just fucking tell me, bro. Probably like accidentally Ginyu Force killed her. With all of his posing. Poor guy. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder! Murder?! Oh no. No, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? He's been doing this again. But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? Yeah, I like him so much more than McGill did already. I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? So would pose right then with my knife and she was in the way. Oh dear, seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? That's almost exactly what you just said, Billy. It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. Okay, I swear I thought he was doing one of these. Friggin' weeb. So Sasaki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. Well, I guess that wouldn't have made sense, because he's Japanese. He can't be a weeb. The vital that we find out more about the case. About the case. These alliterations are pretty good. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear with heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. So dramatic. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat, she was. And just as I went to overtake her... Oh! That's who died! She's a little egg. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slab of stone at my feet. She's so small and round. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Humpty Dumpty, no! Slight exaggeration there, perhaps? I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. See, you shouldn't have ran, dude! I mean, look, I don't know. I feel like there's no way he killed her. Look at this man. You think this guy... They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. Okay, maybe he murdered her. I see, a young woman unknown to Soseki-san. At the time it happened. Who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably. Apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? So about this conundrum. What do you mean, Sasaki-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san has told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. You! What did you just say? Oh no, we've pissed him off. Uh-oh. He's gonna kill us next. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? The cellos! My favorite part. He does think... His thinking is starting to be a little loud these days. He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Well, just because you don't see other people doesn't mean that other people don't see you. Oh yes, she's right. Whew, getting away with this murder. I know when the cellos hit. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. A cursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Is it actually Sholmes? Brash, big-headed, busybody, be gone. Yes, it's Sholmes. He's back. And he's just laughing. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes. I love that his intro is him just laughing again. Look at him. Aww. I knew it! I'm so excited for Sholmes to come back. Mr. Sholmes? Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst through the door. They start shouting at me, "This is the police! Put the weapon down!" This music... Oh. Yes, it was thin sliver. And yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. This guy's definitely a writer. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That's Herlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. This is so great so far. The Granny that spends the day looking down from her window. Yeah, exactly. That nosy little bitch from the window sees everything. And especially in London in 1900s when nobody else has any hobbies other than just people watching, you bet your ass somebody saw this murder. I've since found that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Can't read, apparently. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me? This weak, stupid kitten of a man. Stooped. Stupid. I wonder what great deduction process led up to this conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? Which means he's falsely arrested because Sholmes is kind of an idiot. But we love him for it. That would be really most unreasonable. Stupid. Yeah, we went know how that went last time. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign flammery. Okay, you're starting to lose your alliteration here, buddy. Flimflammery? Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good points. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I know, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Yeah, but he didn't know what he was pointing his finger for. He just knew the hair. He could call it that she had long hair, which we'd figure out like 2 seconds after. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. This case seems fun. Because I like him. What? Mr. Naruhodo Esquire? Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes. Alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. Because I like him. And I like that Sholmes will be back, hopefully. And I like the fish and chips guy. Oh my god, Van Zeeks is gonna show up and ruin it all. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Please don't say stuff like that, sir. Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. Not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I don't believe this. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Goodness, why? Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. Aw, everyone's so hard on themselves. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And, of course, the foreigner did it. Shit. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway throughout the world, around the world, to learn about these people's countries and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at the very least, I like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that. It's just that. Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. We can find some clues. It will give us as much better chance, I'm sure. I know, like, I'm already so sympathetic towards him. Poor guy. Look at him. I just want to, like, I just want to give him some soup or something. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I should be going then, Naruhodo. He's just gonna be shouting from the jail cells. We have a case to prepare for. I'll return with your soup, don't worry. Any more to converse? No, thank God. Those nutcracker teeth, they're pretty intense, aren't they? Oh, well, we probably have more, evidence now. Oh, look, you decided to show up! I'm glad you got your fish and chips restored. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson! This isn't on the tourist trail, and I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells, then? What'd you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's foregone conclusion. The stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart! London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. So much to read. I'll be right back. I need to get some more tea. came back. Yo, can you see my new little acrylic stands? They're very small. Like, you can't see them from here. Oh, did we come back at the same time? Time to go again? Hey. Alright, so I'm sorry, could Chair not decide what he wanted to hear from him? How about Scotland Yard first? I reheated my French toast from the other day. Alright, tell me about Scotland Yard. He only eats the fish part, I guess. So Scotland Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization. I was actually wondering, like, is it a place? I guess not. Puerto Rican food, like what? Remember when I got Jamaican food, like a year ago for the first time? It was like the best food I've ever had. I've been craving that, so maybe I'll get that sometime next week. Just remind me. It's just expensive, so I can't get it all the time. I love flan. You're making me hungry. The stuff I had wasn't too spicy. Did I send you, Kara, should I send you a link to that place that I ordered from? Can't remember. But I remember their food isn't that spicy, but I don't know how your tolerance is. Was when I was playing Demon Souls. I'll look it up and I'll send it to you later. Miles? I was just thinking, like, I thought they were gonna say kilograms, and then I would have to figure out how many so-and-so kilograms are, but they're gonna do a reverse. 20 miles, that's approximately a distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. See, that means nothing to me. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. I know that one book has all the info. Kilometers, I'm sorry. You know what I meant? I misspoke. I'm sorry, okay? How dare I? How dare I make a mistake? I forgot people don't make mistakes. That's a Dumb and Dumber quote. Sort of. It's Harry. Lloyd says that to Harry. I got manlier for you street lamps. People are passing out. See, now she regrets it all. I wonder if she's gonna wake up after the trial. She'll be like, I know who did it, after we've like went through all this fucking struggle. Never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Yeah, perfectly. We'll solve it. We'll solve the case and then she'll wake up. Or maybe she'll die. I don't know. Let's just go dump a bucket of water on her. That'll get her up. Local map. Just because he didn't see anyone doesn't mean someone saw him. Thank you. Close enough to what I was saying. Same. I wish I had endless cup of fries. That sounds so good. Man, this game's just constantly making me hungry. No labor standards. Yeah, nothing was like regulated. They just work whenever. That's pretty miserable. He would love me even harder. But it's already 8:30. Like, if I want to get food now, I'd have to get it now. But I'm not hungry right now. I just want food because it sounds good. Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. Very reliable witnesses. Yeah, Greg is making me hungry too. Like, I'm not actually hungry. I'm like mentally hungry. Food just sounds really good right now. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? So about these witnesses that suddenly appeared. Who are they? Who are these witnesses? A fellow and his wife. The man's one of the most reliable and respectable citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. So a cop is a witness? What are they doing here? That might change things.
But don't you worry, girlie.
And this policeman just happened to be at their exact moment the woman was attacked? Did you order Indian food again? Oh, what'd you get? Who are they? That's what I was going for. Anytime I see who are you, I just like automatically think to kind of nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. What was I giving him from? Part and parcel of being a Bobby, catching them bang in the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? To be my guest, you could ask him what you like in court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubts he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. There's no Barbie. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. The policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this can make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. He's gonna murder her. That, we already know she's in the second one. In case of the missing Ken head. I'd read that. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I'm so excited to see him again. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Does he really just not like him? Oh my god. Do they fight? Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle. Ah. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime. Wanders around, spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Sounds like Sholmes. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Arg! Ever seen this before? Oh yes, that's Randst magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears. Yes, well, the wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in a Herlock Sholmes tale at all. Oh, whatever. Well, I suppose there's an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to an obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. So I don't know who's talking, it's Ryunosuke, not him. So what I'm gathering from all this is that everybody loves Mr. Sholmes. The twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? Everyone has 1950s radio voice, I'm sorry. There's no way to save that man now, it's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yeah, why did he suddenly start coming back? We did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for the sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang out for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. He's not turned into a riot. I don't know, is he gonna share or what? So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? Well, it's the fish, the fry- he doesn't dig into the fries. The fish is what he's chowing down on. It keeps regenerating. Or it's like it is with the blood vials. No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of the Lord of Darkness? Oh my god. I hope he calls himself that. You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really gonna have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Coolest guy ever. No more info? Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shiny eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in that case. Are you just gonna ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea the man's address even. Did the freaking slot sound effect, like, go ham in the beginning? Thank you, Clayton, for 17 months. How are you? It's Baker Street! Wait, she knows exactly where he lives? How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Why would he put his address in the book? There's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. It's going great, let me tell ya. We better try to find our way there before the Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage! So we're to have a reunion already. With the greatest detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Yes! Bye-bye, sir! Here's nothing else for me to scan here. Snowman. Enjoy your fish and chips. I'm off to Baker Street. Mr. Sholmes Sweets. I know he just doxed himself. I guess maybe it mattered less then. Aww. Okay, Ryunosuke looks pissed.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Well, we found it. This seems a little too grand. Oh my god, it's a mess. Oh, is this actually his place? This is like a hidden object screen right now. Find the red shoe. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Oh man. Bum, 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 bum. Oh god, it's even messier. Is as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. Hi, Matt. We found the shoe. Never read the story, so it's hard to get quite excited about it, as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. She's obsessed. Can I please examine his place? Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. We just broke into this man's house. Oh, do we have a visitor? Wait, who's this? Oh my god, Chibi Yusa lives here? Hello? Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello? Does he not recognize her from yesterday? Wait. Okay, he does. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think the King of Bohemia came to this very room and asked Mr. Sholmes to take on his case? The King of Bowaria? King Willem Gostrich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment. Look over there. The tea's brewed, and I have freshly baked cake as well. I already like Sasato's Virgil. I mean, if I could just go to Virgil's house, I would just stay there and stare at all the stuff. I can't fucking say my S words today. She really is Chibiusa. Like, she's got the hair, the heart aesthetic. We're basically Mamo-chan, and she just like wants to be really nice and hospitable towards us. People can have multiple homes. Ah, it's you. I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. So what's her name? Chibiusa? Ah, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose. You probably just... Listen, after he gets out of hell with Dante, he's just gonna go live with Dante until he probably murders him because he hates him. That's my guess. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial at the defendant's antechamber. Never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. See, I wish she had pink eyes to be extra Chibiusa. Literally roommates in hell. They probably like don't even see each other anymore now because they're just like so annoyed. The shop is himself. Ah, yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Because are they not used to black tea? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. Traveling salesman is not raising hell towers. Salesman by day. Hell tower raiser by night. I wish I could use the Chibiusa voice, but I feel like I would have just annoyed myself. Oh, and you're to defend the Japanese man. I wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes, do you? Oh, Herlock? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes is a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Oh my god, his name's Hurley! Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday, after trial only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things? Oh my gosh, she's a better detective than Hurley. You want a sample? I'd have to like think of it. Or like listen to her and then try to replicate it first. Holmesy. Why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? She's so polite. Oh my god, her hair is like literally wrapped in a bow. Oh, that's Wilson! So this is his Watson? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. She's so cute. Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sato Mikitoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Aww. Hurley, Susie, and Runo. Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Why is he a pedo? We don't know anything about it. Can I look around his place first? I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. Ah, so relaxing. Can't relax. Why not? Because Japan? That's stupid. And racist, probably. Is this just the chest? Looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. Oliver, can you believe this shit? What's the matter? Come here. Do you want chicken nuggets again? Do you want chicken nuggets from McDonald's again? 2 nights in a row, Oliver? You want chicken nuggets 2 nights in a row? Oliver, we can't do that. Oliver, no. No chicken nuggets. Dude, Matt, it's a fucking video game. No, I just want to play my game. Stop. Oh, that chest contains some of my most valuable things. And that smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. It's probably inventions or some shit. I don't know. There's all sorts of these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much on those shelves. Good advice. You want to look something up in one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in he couldn't get it out, so he went and bought a new copy instead. Aw, Hurley. I'm gonna call him Hurley now. I thought I was gonna click Virgil boot. Oliver, it's okay, we're not getting your chicken nuggets. I'm sorry, Bubs. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon. He's just like stealing shit. Oh, an entrancing collection. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament. I'm about to... I came into the Sholmes' place and I'm about to just steal all of his Virgil collection. These are my collection now. Really? Even the bust? Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him in, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust. The poor defenseless emperor, Mr. Sholmes, destroys it? Yes, and then he buys a new one. Make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor. I know, where's Hosonaga? Bye, Smee. I want Hosonaga to be like in the background, just trying to hide. And as soon as we look away, there's just like less and less items in the place. But it's not evidence, so he probably doesn't care. Holy shit. I guess this is her side of things. Alright, medicine. Oh, not medicine. Got it. There's so much here. And as Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science. Sorry? I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world. Or perhaps you just meant it literally. Either way, mental note. Do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. Oh, I will touch her shit. I will look upon your things. Is this understood? Do not shrink me. No, Hosonaga is with us forever and ever. He's gonna show up in the last case. I can just feel it. Alva, you have so many burrs in your hair. I'm sorry that you got burrs in your hair. I'm sorry. I mean, she allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. Wizardly quickly too? That sounds like it'd be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. No, you don't say. I sure hope we have that technology these days. Alright, tea set. No friends dead yet. Alright, what is this? What are you doing? Oh my god, Oliver. Yeah, some a-hole. Thank you, Gray Fox, for the Prime sub! Thank you. Thank you! Howdy. My little baby. Oh my god, you were so small. You were so small. What about a ninja? He's a little baby. Ollie hug. Ollie engulf. Oh, he made a squeaky sound. Look at his little face. It's okay, Bubba's. It's okay. This is a good hug. Hugs are good. It means I love you. He's just like, stop. He's so accepting. So accepting. I can't breathe. Meet your ear. Your ear is mine. Oh yeah, I'm Bruno. This or wall throws. I haven't thrown you into a wall. Oliver, are you the most handsome puppy in all of the land? This music is banging. Oh yeah, I haven't done a wrestling match with him in a while. You gotta use your dog's ear, exactly. He didn't like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's often explained the story as inspirational. What's inspirational? Eating your dog's ear. Immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find. I know, I was a little scared of him. She's really eating my ear this time, oh shit. He's not letting me near his ear anymore. What a shame he couldn't bring you with you to London. Oh, I would never eat your ear. He's like, I don't know. Papa's B when I asked if he would buy me one. But after a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was at. I'm gonna make sure he forgets, and then I'm gonna go in for the kill. You look like you're about to bite me. Are you okay? I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna eat your ear. That's your ear. Oliver, he weighs 15 pounds. 15 pounds of a-hole. You're so mean sometimes. Just let me eat your ear, Oliver, please. Have we scanned everything here? I do believe so. I do believe we have. Isn't that right? I guess I'll talk to you. Iris Wilson. 15 pounds of a hole. Oliver, you missed the table. Look at your little paws, they're so haggard. Right. He's a Pomeranian. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? That's right. We're ever so helpful. Thank you so much. I know, he needs a trim all around his little pawsies. Your little hands are grinchy. Oh, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Are you a baby? Yeah, I know. He huffed at me. He's like this? Gulp. Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh! Ginny? Oh my god, of course it's Ginny! Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that child-disrupting gun-like contraption? He's almost 10. Oliver, you're almost 10. You're almost 10 years old. Do you even know what that means? You're just a little... You're ready to go to the 3rd grade. Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. That girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? 20. I'm going after his other ear. Hurley, of course. Hurley. Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodging of any kind in London are very expensive. They're just roommates. Still, it's delicious to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Oliver, you're the same age as Iris. Almost. Oliver, you're younger than her. Well, what of your mother and father? They're dead. Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. Wonder what the story is there. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. There's no way she's 10, by the way. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of Ranced magazine? You have a copy of the little man, Oliver? His little paw. He's like... It's like he's like drowning in water. His like paw is just reaching up. He's like... Help me. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Okay. Such a good boy. Such a good boy. Drowning in love. He hates it. He hates me. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. Oh, so he tells them like differently to make him like a hero, so she writes them. You having problems there, Oliver? It'd be a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! So that's what the typewriter's for. Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on the steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm gonna call the latest adventures the Speckled Band. Speckled band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details of the stories, here and there. This time I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholm's first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say... are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in the Rancid magazine all written by me? Yes. Like, she even does Sailor Moon shit on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read, written by Doctor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Sada-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the Doctor of Medicine part? That's all true, too. I'm a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old. Well, that's quite incredible. But, oh my gosh, she doesn't know how to handle it. Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Doogie? So Watson's a 10-year-old girl. Sounds like a Ace Attorney game. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with 10-year-old girl in tow. I mean, it's a little weird. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole life just falling apart. Aww. Everything she believed was a lie. Oliver's happy though. Good boy. Good boy, Oliver. He's like, fuck yeah, Wilson. About before. Yes, yes. What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. Thanks for coughing me, jerk. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that? Yeah, now that his ears are out of reach, so I can't bite him. I wanna eat your ears! Oh, that's what you mean. Please tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Hi, Vivi. You are so handsome. Iris Wilson is proud to present Logical and Reasoning Spectacular. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? Oh my god, they make it so easy. I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against a particular prosecutor, hi Zeeks, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. See, every time I look at Zeeks, I'm like, oh hello, and then he starts talking, and that's when I'm like, oh my god, shut up. That's the kind of relationship I have with him. The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited a local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? They use stamps? Ah. Oliver, they use stamps. You're a little stamp. Did you know that? I'm gonna stamp you on a piece of paper. He's like, no. Gosh, as soon as I saw him, he just looks so cool. It's just when... starts talking. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see? I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. Yeah, stamps are weird. They just like come off. Oh my god, Malma, yeah, probably. I didn't even think of that. They just get dumber as they get older. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. How could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bullying. They always cut to him just laughing. God, I love Sholmes. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Bruno has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. Her freaking 10,000 IQ, I know. She is Sherlock Holmes, like, the real Sherlock Holmes. Yo, Ace. Man of way too many words. This is Van Zeeks. Oh, absolutely. Inspector Gadget. She's like everything. Although I can't see. Let's read from OBS. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. She's even doing her... There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. I was snapping. Oliver's just like, Jesus, stop. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Her great deductions are so much better than Sholmes. Not the point, anything but the point. Pointing at you. Please respond. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. He's still in shock. This is when I strike. I'm gonna eat his ear. I can't reach. You even managed to discern something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris, please? So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. Ollie Holmes, on the case, gives him a magnifying glass. A magnifying glass. Oh, a hat. There were witnesses who had just seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man? Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt, Sosuke found that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. It seems there were witnesses after all. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Hurley uses great deductive powers to determine the man's address. There was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did, he's a great detective! Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying to criminals at court. He's a trance right now. He is loving just chilling with us today. Is that right, Oliver? Look, you're hanging out with chat for once. Melt with blood. I think that's with blood. See the mallet. This is another one? These are too busy to do their jobs. Classic. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. Oh, that's not even a good justice system. That sounds awful. Constant state of fear. He always does look like he's on edge. Like, look at his eyes right now. He's just like, what, Oliver? You're fine. That is bullshit. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold much hope for Soseki-san. He's scared looking. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. It was the pointing, he's traumatized. He caught me. He caught me trying to bite his ear. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well. I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Mr. Nuts. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodging. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Did you get the ear slap? Nice little drum. Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crimes themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody. In that case... Give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? He's a lump. A big lump. A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Card for Inspector Gregson with a message on the back from Iris. I know, she like owns London. Oh boy. This will be a bongo with one ear. Bingo, bango, bongo. Babalu is his favorite song. She looks so traumatized. I know, her hair getting a little hard. I love her design. It's so cute. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Are you gagging? Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? I didn't do anything to him. Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm gonna return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Oh, I love Iris. She's cute. Oliver, do you like Iris? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. But we headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note, one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hands. Not that heavy. You enjoying your little man moments? Yeah, put your dick in, you weirdo. Thank you. Woo! First save. Hell yes. Honk. Alright, do I order my McDonald's now or later? It's 2 p.m. Doing greenie. He's like, 2 p.m. Oh shit. It looks like Virgil's like on top of the building above us. Because they're my ears to chew. He thought I let go of it. McDonald's again? Yes. It's cheap, it tastes good. It's cheap. It delivers fast. It's cheap. I can't use the reward points because I use DoorDash to order. I don't know if the McDonald's app has delivery. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Alright, it looks as though police are still here. Carry on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at the silver tip Iris gave for him. He's testing integrity. Which I think you're doing a lovely job, Virgil. Alright, so this is still the same. Ba-na-na-na-na. Alright, well he's right here. Wait, did they say let's find him? Oh, right, because we have to give him this. I was just like, he's right here. Oh wait, let's inspect it. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust there won't be a problem. There's no such thing as way too much McDonald's, to be honest, but I understand. Is in her monologue. Yeah, with a little monologue going on. God, it's so funny when he's done eating his greenie, he just looks at the floor, like where it was, like it's gone. And like, I can totally relate to that, because after I eat something that I really like, I look at it too, like, why is it empty already? I understand you! You're validated! For me? From her ladyship? Uh-oh. Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? Oh, I don't get burgers at McDonald's. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Bye, Oliver. Of course, her using my name without my say, so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you don't mind, Inspector, I'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding mustache.
Hardware Relief Fund. And for some better food, RBEELUL.
I forgot that goes off at 5,000 bits. I was just like, why is Virgil motivated? Thank you for the 5,000 bits, Invios. The Hardware Relief Fund is very nice. But I like McDonald's. I like McDonald's. Thank you. AKA a week's worth of Mickey D's. Thank you so much, though. I know, I'm just gonna buy, like, instead of 10-piece, 20-piece nuggets. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. I know, I like my chicken nuggies. On the first floor of that house at the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. That is nearby indeed. The whole time, just right here. Gold dust. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? You mean it. You tell her Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. Well, that was weird. Well, at least he told us what he wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodging? Definitely. Let's break into his house! Oops. Can we just... Okay. We're just breaking into homes left and right. Mr. Natsume! Is there a Mrs. Natsume? This is a really weird place. There's a dress over a cannon. There's a cannon. May I help you? Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am... Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We'd very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Oh my god, her cheeks have jiggle physics when she, like, reacts. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Mrs. Sato? That was a real-life English maid! I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We're such tourists. We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Garadeb. We'll see you now. This way. It's like me with Virgil. And every time I see Virgil, it's like, ah! They did see one, but not, like, in work, I guess. Because she was just in the courtroom. Not in the actual establishment, maybe. And yeah, they'd have to have maids in Japan. Maybe again, they just haven't seen them. Because they're more, like, supposedly common in London, so they thought everybody... It's like, Kairos thinks everybody in America has a pool. So that's that's how I think they react to, like, oh, every rich person has a maid. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Garadeb. We'll see you now. That's him! Damn, look at those angles! He's a freaking moon! Hello. Mr. Garadeb. Well, can I look around your weird place for her? That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing here? No, we don't all have pools. Oh my, it's real! I thought it might be a replica. That whole thing. Bah, that's a little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know. I thought... What? He's just mixing his tea with his pipe? Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garadeb? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well in the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge can looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Oh no, it's like the sad shotgun. We saw the sad emote, right? Mr. Gyarados. What's the code for the sad shotgun? I can't remember. Hello, Juan. I guess it is like Sun and Moon, you're right. Might be Discord only. Aww, damn it, Discord. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked at after, though. What? That whole thing? Pah, not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. Bash. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. These people are weird. We have a cannon as a drying rack. He just has that up there. I don't think this guy's real. I think this guy's the killer. He just took this place. I don't know. This guy is very suspicious. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What, that whole thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn his grave if I disposed of it. No, of course he's not real. What was I thinking? Hi, donkey. When your head's a boomerang. How's he not stabbing himself with his beard? The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just polished to shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription on the metal itself. Look, let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. Distinguished? Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Damn, got him. It still is. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpets, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Okay. What is that? Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. There's definitely, like, a dead body behind that. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem, ahem. Yeah, we're playing Lawyer Warriors. Oliver, you want McDonald's? You are so cute. Stop it. Maybe let's not, Mrs. Otto. I think the maid is gonna head us off with a cup of tea. Damn it. Fries? You want some fries? Well, now I have to. This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? I don't know, won't let me interact with it though. The thing in front of the screen. As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. Seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. Yeah, like, I can interact with the screen, but not that. So maybe that's for later. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? Looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It's Mr. Garadeb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. 2 cakes? I know they don't mean like massive cakes, but like, what do they mean? Can I get a look at that? That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garadeb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you should have to tidy up. Now, how magnanimous of you. You want cake? Now, it makes me want pie. I'm not much of a cake fan, so this makes me think of like, well, what would I rather have? Oh, I know, pie. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces. Magnanimous. Magnanimous. She cleans up the rest. I don't know if she actually like eats them. She says she cleans them up. That's a little vague. Really is, the word cracked wouldn't do the chinaware justice. Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yeah, probably something like that. No, that's not, the cannon would not, oh my god. I mean, maybe, whatever, this place is weird. Tim, that portrait of Mr. Garadeb is glaring at me, I swear. You not notice all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garadeb as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yes, seemed to have come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? Well, you just like, oh, oops, look what followed me! Because he stole it. The chap who runs the place is a ballet wizard, went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. Oh, Melvin, that's cute. 3 months old. In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem to seem surplus to requirements. I can't read right now. Or ever. I can't read. I can't speak. Okay, I think we've looked at everything here. Oh, books. Do you enjoy reading? I've experienced London winter, boy. The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. That does sound really nice. Oh, there's a copy of Rand's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garadeb enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Okay, I think that's everything. Wait, what about them? Good day to you. John Garadeb at your service. Like, we inspected their house and then decided to talk to them. We're so rude. Wait, hold on, let me look around your things first. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the Neofuse back in the Battle of Maiwand, don't you know? Maiwand. Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. Yeah, I walked in their house, ate their food, and then I said our names. Oh, by the way, I'm Naruhodo. So he's a retired soldier. He's a hell of a job getting up and down. Oh, it's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out too much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the 2nd floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. Is he being sarcastic? Although I guess the 2nd floor is the 3rd floor. But still, like for American translation. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh, do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, which was nothing. The medal is just a folderol, really? Wouldn't you like to offend... I can't read! Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Okay, so I think Joan killed the girl. Or not, well, she's not dead. She stabbed the girl simply because she's a woman. Because this game so far is just women. Dude! Dash it all, woman, be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. Your jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. What the fuck? I shall be more careful, sir. No, I don't think it was his crotch, it was just like all over his hands. Oh, shit, Ducky. Got him. Maybe she did stab herself. She threw the knife up and then dived under the knife, hoping it'd stab her. Now then, I hear you wants to know about the cheap lodging downstairs, is that right? Oh, the chap. I need to get food or something. Like, I'm not reading. Olympic stabbing. Do you imagine getting, like, points for how well you can stab yourself? Only 2, please, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, and I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. He's stirring it with a pipe, which is pretty badass. I should get food. Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so... Eh? No, cause it's not his. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. Oh my god, we're gonna see Sholmes again! It's a ballet nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. Well, Mr. Natsumi then, Mr. Garrett, please do tell us. Tabasco. Oh, tobacco. I know, right, Kurgash? We're gonna walk in. He's just gonna be dangling from a coat rack, and I'm so excited. Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently, then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. Here's Waldo. Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful! Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. She does not give a shit. I'm gonna burn your hand, but I'm sorry. It's over and over. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have the most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. Yeah, because he's afraid of talking to people. I know, I like the cheek physics, which like the other one's jiggling, even though she's not even slapping the other one. Cheek physics! The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's gonna do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. Oh my gosh, that's my mom right there. My mom refuses to be wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Oh shit, that means she's gonna be a witness. Or in the courtroom. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, indeed there was. She's dying to tell us. The shady lodger. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day without another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. What's wrong with that? And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed, too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. Okay, we need to remember this. 9. But I've never known that Japanese fella to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. He's just a gamer. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Yeah, peeping Tom. Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and on the street level. Then how is it you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? Precise time that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed. That is pretty fucking weird. Oh, excuse me! She's just gonna... Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman! Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something... doesn't add up here. Really? We're just gonna ignore the question? Joan did it. I don't care, by the way. It's Joan. You bitch. Seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Do you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window. Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone else suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadib household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Do you notice anything else out of the ordinary, then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. She's doing my job so much better than me. Well. Yes, was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time here, there— I fucking knew it, Joan! For love of God, Joan! Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrowhollow. Oh, yes. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Yeah, we'll remember that. Oh, really, Mr. Garadib? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well. Oh my god, no, she's gonna burn his hand! As I was saying, it's just a trifling matter. Really nothing of— Damn it. Joan! Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garadib. All the tea. All the tea is in that pot. There's more tea in there than there is fish and other guy's newspaper. It's such a weird sentence to say. Mrs. Joan in the study with the teapot. Solved! Oliver, come get— I need you as my stamp. It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. No, Oliver, come back! No, he's leaving! Oliver! Oliver! Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak. Let's go visit Sholmes. I want to say what up to him. Yes, told me Knott's his name had asked me to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. No nuggies, he's out. No, Oliver, it's okay. I'll get the nuggies. Come back. Oliver, come back. Look, I'm getting the nuggies. What do you mean I have to fucking sign into DoorDash? I just used it today. Are you kidding me? Oh. Here, what's even around? Wow, first recommendation is McDonald's. There's a Chinese restaurant around here. Look. The the image they use is literally just an egg roll on a plate. That's like that's supposed to make their restaurant seem enticing. Like, please order from here. You get egg rolls on a plate. It's 10 p.m. It is 10 p.m. How long till McDonald's stops? Ooh, I'm sleepy. 10:15. I know, right, Ducky? Kind of bothering me too. All right, let's get the same thing we got last time. I want a spicy chicken sandwich too. How hard would you judge me if I got chicken nuggets and a spicy chicken sandwich and a cookie and an apple pie and a frappy or whatever they're called, McFlurry, and another no judgment? Really? Thank you, Kurish. You know what? You're right. Synbios, I'm sorry that I'm spending it on McDonald's. I'd like McDonald's though. Next time though, because next week I already committed to treating myself with the Jamaican food. That's like really expensive, so normally I don't get for food from them. Or it's not that they're expensive, it's just that the thing I get is like a bunch of different types of Jamaican food. It's like $30 because it's like a huge variety of food. And that's what I like to get, because I don't want one thing, I want like a little bit of a lot of things. But yeah, but that's just the what chicken nuggets and a sandwich are pretty much regular Roonby hours. But I'm treating myself with Jamaican food next week and I'm so excited. Treat yourself. Yeah, we're getting nuggies. Alright. Let's go to Mr. Natsume's room. Natsume just reminds me of Harvest Moon. Oh my god, there's even a cat! Dude, this guy's a hoarder. This case is really fun so far. I like it. Wow, just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Oh, and all the windows are bricked. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. Do you think the cat's gonna testify? This is Ace Attorney. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, nice, Massa. Have fun. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. The parrot? Oh god, which one was that one in? For some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. It's like one of the first 3, right? So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. The hell? By the way... I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? He's probably under piles of books. No, that's true, but or maybe he's on the ceiling. Game 1, case 4. Okay, yeah, it's like really early. The great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Alright, can anyone see him? He's probably... Look, this looks like a pile of people. People? There's only 2 screens. This is definitely a pile of people. Look at all the books stacked up there. Almost reached the ceiling. Oh, sorry about that, babe. Nothing here. There's a weird cat. I don't know, somebody buy this man some shelves. That is a cute cat. How nice that cat is compared to the cat I encountered the other day. Where'd you go? Like went in the wall. Oh my, what adorable little cat. You like my impression? That was Kendo. Oh. It's stupid.
Ooh.
So good. Oh. Sorry about that, babe. Who's the cat gonna murder today? Is the cat a female? Because then yes, the cat's the murderer. It's a different cat. Night, Michael. He was mowing his yard. That's so funny. Maybe he wanted an early start tomorrow. Good morning, Shoryuken. Kendo is the best.
I'm keeping a close eye on things.
I'm keeping a close eye on things. They've only been here for 2 days? Alright, what do we got? That desk seems to be wedged into a crevice between the mountain of books on either side. Stroking his cat. Ooh, we got evidence. A receipt from a secondhand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, the day of the purchase. 2 days ago, 4:45 p.m. So, he was at the bookstore 15 minutes before it happened. Oh, he was on his way back from buying some old books. That means the books should have been at the scene of the crime. If he, like, just ran off, he'd probably drop whatever he's holding. He wouldn't be like, oh, better make sure I got my books. Oh, they had an IRL cat? Oh, that's cute. Yeah, real fucking cute. Who are we defending this time? Soseki Natsume, a writer, or a haiku writer. He's really sweet and endearing, and I just found Sholmes. Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time after all. When did you get there? I was looking at chat and I look over and he was just there. That's so funny. Look, I don't know what you're saying about this book or this window. Aha! Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Oh my god, there he is. Aha, there he is! Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! Yay! Oh, you too. Good day. Oh, I love him. I'm so happy to see him. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes! We were together on the SS Buria. Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asugi. He died, tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asugi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh! Well, you seem to remember something of it at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr. Oh no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. I can't wait to see what name he comes up with. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato. Are you close? Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I lose the first round. He was close. He's so cool. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. Oh yeah, Mind Palace. I like Brain Attic. Brain Attic sounds kind of dumb. It's like you don't know... What the fuck? Whoa, what? My food's already almost here? Excuse me? Oh, don't tell me that. My food is already almost here? Jesus, that was fast. I feel like I ordered 5 minutes ago. 1 second. My brain attic broke. It is McDonald's, but still. Yep, they're here. 1 sec. I'm back. Freaky fast. They may as well be next door. No, I don't feel like I've ever gotten food that fast. Did you guys enjoy the Sherlock music? I mean Herlock? God, I love... That's Jimmy John's? Ah, shit, you're right. So stupid. I'm a VIP. Guys. I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of Sholmes in this. Oh yeah, Hurley, of course. He's so great. I think him and Kazuma are definitely my favorites. Van Zeeks is just nice to look at until he starts talking. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite that day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at a railway station, whisked me away to a crime scene. I'll give Oliver his promised fry. Hold on. You want a fry? Oh, you missed. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of the new case had dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It's a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. Very true. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Stop, Tom Berry! You're so mean. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from a venture entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. I forgot about Iris. I like Iris too. This case is full of great characters. Oh my god, are we taking this somewhere else? Wait, I still not done examining shit. Okay. Mr. Natsume's arrest. He's just sleeping. He's gonna wake up, fifth case. He's gonna be like, you did it, buddy. Okay, we know this to be the lodging of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. Seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume, yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eyes while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. He's seriously, like, thinking out loud now. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. How? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. Okay, but he had no recollection of saying we were the killer in case 2. Here you go, Oliver. Sorry, I have to lick the salt off, because salt's bad. I'll use it to fire Sholmes. But that doesn't make sense! The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here, somewhere, from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books. I found myself quite lost in the bibliophilia. Not be deceived in believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It was the first time I had ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. It was the first time I ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. Okay. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much as my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not the household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. Oh, that's stupid. Yeah, Susato's pretty cute. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. God, think of... That's a weird way to, like, gauge social standing. And it's for precisely that reason that I find great simulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow's hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstance of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost in what he means to say. The dingy room. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. His maid is hiding something. I feel like... Because it seems like his social standing appears like it should be higher. So, like, when you have two maids... Seems like he's somebody who have, like, two maids. But he has one, and his maid is definitely hiding something. The maid is, like, the most suspicious character to me right now. Yeah, like, she was burning his hand to keep him from talking. And, like, just look at her, you know? And she's a woman in this game, which means she's suspicious, too. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is it there's no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. To answer that question, it's quite simple. Window tax. Window tax. What is that? Surely it's not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Is this true? Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly close windows up. This is a real thing. Oh my god. Wow, the rich open windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful! And unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains. So like 1860 is when it stopped? Oh my god, wait, so how long were people being taxed for windows? The legacy remains, you can see, in squalid lodgings, such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinary low price. It was first imposed in 1696 IRL, so like 160 years? Ugh. That's kind of sickening. There's generations of people who've like only lived in places like these with no windows, and that's really sad. Look at us learning stuff in our games. Oh, to 1851? I see. Oh, then he was off! He said 40 years ago. Alright, that's correct, however. I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. No matter not worthy of further attention. True, in this universe, maybe they kept the window tax. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Oh my god, Mr. Sholmes taught us some things! Ah yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remember that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your service in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I remember brick tax, yeah. Just the window tax is totally new to me. God, all these taxes, like... I know there's like a TV license tax or whatever that you need. So many things are taxed. I love his hair. You leave it alone. I'm not sure. Not sure. On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really, then. I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? He just laughs. My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but... I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. Couldn't possibly ignore them. You moved to the American colony just because you wanted a window. Aw, that's all you wanted. I just want a window, man. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. Equivocally? I know that word. I was just like, wait, I can't say it. This dude is a sham. He's the best. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago is a Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say without any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Try his maid? Well, obviously he's hiding something, but she's enforcing it, so they're both a package deal. Mr. Garrett is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that's plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper in Mr. Garrett's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Oof, there he goes. Busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Did he? He's still here? There he is. Oh, look at him in his prime. Look at him. What's that? Some sort of meter. Uh-oh, looks very robust. That's a gas meter. A gas meter? See, there's piped gas in the district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. Imagine still having to do that. Oh my god, are there places that still have to do that? So if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold? That's right, as what a rich man would only carry crisp white notes. London is a scary place. Mr. Bean's apartment had something like that? Did he use it? I can't remember him interacting with it. Because I feel like Mr. Bean would come up with a way to get free gas. I feel like that would be an entire episode. Taco Bell meter? Wait, is that a thing? Your client was Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Bean doesn't need no defense lawyer. He'll freaking Mr. Bean his way out of anything. I think he tied a string to a coin. Okay, I remember the string to a coin. Didn't he do that with the laundry as well? I feel like he's done that. I don't remember him doing it with a meter. Maybe, I don't know, because maybe I did see that, but I was too young to know what, like, that was. But when we were watching it recently around Christmas, I don't think we watched the episode, did we? Like, it probably just wasn't on YouTube. No, it's not driving me insane today. Not yet. Wait till we see Van Zeeks again. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Down there. I always sound like Southern when I try to do British accents. Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Oh no, looks like we'll have to marathon Mr. Bean again. Oh no. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. No, Joan, don't. Now then, why don't you tell me what... This guy's not gonna have a hand by the end of this. When we're using the electric meter. Okay, I remember. Oh, was he using it to get the TV? I'm trying to skip. Wait, when does he like use the meter? Oh, it was in the beginning. Oh, I see. I went too far. Yo, that's wild. Yeah, I never remembered that. Guess because I never really thought of what he was doing. I just thought it was like a Mr. Bean contraption. I didn't know it was like an apartment thing, I guess. I don't know. No, Jamaican accents are easy. Southern's easy. British always just goes into like another language or another accent. For the upteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bally well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Yeah, that's the thing, where it's like, I feel like my British is just so, like, subtle at that point, where it's like, you can't even tell I'm doing it, but if I try to do a British accent, it would always come off, like, comical and cockney. Oi! Just all of that. Or, like, people Mr. Bean sound like that, have the cockney accent sometimes. We are deeply grateful for your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Like, that's how you get, like, really dramatic. Oh god, now I can't do a normal one. I don't even know what fully pike means. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Call license. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. What? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. I keep wanting to call him Garibaldi, which is a freaking Friends reference. Mr. Garibaldi. BBC for an hour before stream. Yeah, right. Mr. Garadeb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open for us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. We already did do digging! There's nothing here! I don't want to leave! Oh my god! It really is Where's Waldo, but he just shows up. God, I love him so much. What are you doing here?
Who are you?
Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. It's like literally... I think he was there he was there the whole time when we were talking to them just now. But it really is like that scene in the Kendo mod where Leon's just like, what are you doing?
I don't have a clue.
It just feels like that every time. What are you doing here? God, I love him. What is he doing there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. And his theme, it's always so exciting. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Hillock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet, sadly, cheerful as this room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well. Keeping an eye out to one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Always. Oh my god, we're working together again. But he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. Like, here we go again. I'm so excited. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There was just enough time for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Yo, let's freaking go. I have one chicken nugget left. Mr. Garadeb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. No fish and chips today. I wanted to get something cheap and fast. I'm treating myself next week, and then maybe fish and chips. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. What? It's probably talking about the cat. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! Your man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable, it seems Mr. Shom's conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. What? I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! I want to clap. I'm so excited. I love this. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. I love these. I certainly shouldn't. Oh shit. Wee, thank you for the 11 months. How are you? This game is so fun. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. The snaps that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? B is sub to B. So many bees around. Look, he's looking at the wall. Ah, for a man with the military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed to be that lion statue. No. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. The fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty king, the king of beasts, mighty lion. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yeah, living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well! Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Me? I don't think that's correct, Holmes. I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Well, like the beast, wrote her a note. Hey, I'm here. But protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah! Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying jackpot. Thank you, pimp. So if a B subs to B and a B bees? How many bees? Bees? That's not something non-bees should know, pimp. But thank you for the 300 bits. Dispose of this jackpot. I know, I love his assumptions are just so dumb. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb. Oh, my controller, no! Why would you do this? At Batty's Circus, A traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You have it again! Yay! Look at that. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my points. Wait, what's the last two pieces of dialogue? Hold on 1 second. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. Okay. Raise your hands if you think he's right. I, for one, I'm on his side, okay? You know what? That's a compelling argument, Sholmes. I love you. I'll agree with you. Has he ever been wrong? And a simple visit to the circus now revealed the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Conclusion, a rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2, aftermath. Now, Mr. Garadeb. How confident he is, though. Come on, like, that guy exudes confidence. How can he be wrong? It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. He's... That guy's face says it all. He's like, oh my god, will this guy please just shut up? Indeed, in the blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you veritably tangible. Oh my god, poor guy. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what? We must now ask ourselves the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the directions of your gaze to find the answer. Oh, look where they're looking! I don't know where that is. But we'll find it later. It's probably the bucket. That's this pile of bills that have given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. Ah. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeling your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. Get out of my apartments, right? And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. That's what lions eat potatoes, yes. Unimaginable. Yeah, what's that all about? The aftermath, which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpets, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Oh, she's looking. Ah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who have inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eyes have settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Those are cakes. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the tower of cakes. What the fuck? Sholmes is back, baby. Ah. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger. The lion attacked and ate the carpet! The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Case closed! Carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Hell yeah. You convinced me. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, I was gonna be like, he's not even gonna respond to that. What's the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice. Jesus. Yeah, what happened was the lion pulled out a hot pot and then cooked up some carpet over it, and then he gnawed on it. Clearly. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Oh, it's Sholmes, alright. Herlock Sholmes. Hurley for short. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Soundtrack is so pretty. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again? Well, your deductions just now, they don't make any sense. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? What are you doing? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Oh, I got that Mickey D's. Pocket lion. Maybe it was a cat. Shocking, I know. And that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. Oh my god, is he suggesting he freaking shot a cannon at a lion in this room? I kind of wish I could see that happen. I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. Brilliant. But I don't believe I ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Chicken nuggets. Ah, my dear, Miss Susato, occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they're infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Even lions? Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. Had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it! Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mrs. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. It was funny first we've grown concerned. No, he's fine. Look, he's having a good time. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Boing. Hi, Servian. Okay, so what is he really looking at? Probably this? Mortar shells? What really caused the damage in this room? Is he setting off mortars? His snap is so good. I wish I could snap as crispy. Him and shot in the knee.
Take that!
Guess I'm wrong. I kind of thought so, but I was like, because there's like the glass, the broken glass on the other side of the lion. I'm like, I probably should inspect that first. Oh! Did that hurt? Oh my god, Sholmes is so cool when he's smarter than us. Okay, well, I don't have that much room to look at. I was like, this is broken. Is that a cat? Is that a cat dressed like a person? Looks like a cat dressed as a person. See what I mean? Like, that's a maid. Why does it look like a cat? Like, it's a paw, like right there. And the other one's like, the other one looks like it's doing this, but it's still like, it looks like a paw. I think it's Joan. It's a very tiny, tiny person. Oh, so they think they're... Okay, so if it's Joan, that means he's faking he has a maid, and it's actually his wife, because he wants to seem like he's high class and he has a maid. It's actually his wife. He doesn't have a maid. That's a wedding ring. That's a wedding ring, it's not an earring. No, it's supposedly a wife. Sunflower? So it's not the mortar, which means it would have to be that, because there's nothing else I can even interact with.
Take that!
Oh, my music stopped. That means I'm wrong again. I just don't know, because like there's nothing else for me to examine. Look, I don't know what about the photo. No, the statue, he said the statue is the wrong thing. The statue is what we have to correct. I mean, there's something in the lion. There's only so much I can look around. Yeah, what the fuck? All I have is the mortar. All I have is the mortar, the lion, and the photo. True nature of the beast says run rampant here. Oh, I have to, okay, so it probably is the photo. I just have to specifically pick either the wife or him. So it was him. True nature of the beast says run rampant here. Or maybe, I don't know. Could it be him or her? Shit, I don't know. I feel like this is 50-50. She does seem like she has the pants in the relationship though. And like maybe he did something and so she smacked him around a bit. You call me your maid? It's hard to imagine him now because he's thin as a rake. And they called her a powerhouse. And said that they wouldn't want to mess with her. So it's probably her.
Take that!
Yes, we were right. The newlywed bride is pissed. The true nature of the beast as one rampant here is revealed by the newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed prince pictures your wife, Mr. Garrideb. Your wife, Mr. Garrideb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note that a considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. I don't know. I love to be called a beast. Damn, girl, you a beast. Like, that's... that's a compliment. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrideb. Georg! Look, he even got slapped across the face! The chilling traces of the wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well! Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam. No, it looked like a child to me in the photo as well. Like, if he picked her up right now, the proportions would be way off. Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Dress pocket, what reveals Mrs. Garribout's current whereabouts? Right here. It is. Those plates. Alright, well, wait. Oh, the ring! It's a sun! No, it's not a coincidence.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Oh. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For is identical to the... See, that looks way more like a cat than a human. Especially with like how she looks now. Like, that's small. For identical, it's a photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. You are his wife. No. You are Mr. Garadeb's lucky bride. You are Mr. Garadeb, Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my. I've seen cats and I've seen humans. That's a cat. Yeah, but she's not small. She's not like 2 feet tall, like the size of a cat. She's the size of a short human. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is my wife, yes, my Joan. He's not a cat! Like, come on, the way... I'm gonna look at that photo again, I'll prove to you that's a cat. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. Wait, can I... Shit, okay, never mind. After all, you are a retired army man. Yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. Tisk. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was 2nd lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. Man had his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Okay, she's tiny, but not like okay, guys. If I hold Oliver like this, that was like basically the same. Look, it's the same freaking proportions as when he was holding her. It's the same fucking proportions. Are you telling me Oliver is as tall as me sitting down? No, he's a little dog. Okay? There's no way. Something is up with that photo. Hi, baby. Did I wake you from your slumber? Yeah, it's like, what the fuck is going on? Why am I being used as an example? Yeah, Oliver's tall. He's this tall, by the way. He's freaking... Who's 4 feet tall? Who's 4 feet tall? I'll give him a fry after that. Younger? She was a toddler? At no point when they got married is she 2 feet tall. Yeah, same, Billy. That's weird. Like, I thought that was like his baby. Like, he was holding his baby. And they started saying it's his wife. And I'm like, nah, that's no wife. Sorry, Oliver. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearance are a folly. Sparks is the dumbest thing you've ever said. I should. Wait, I should put that on my soundboard, like next to this. Okay, but I get a crisp recording of that. Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. Are we sweating? The raging wife of Mr. Garrideb. She has a name, it's Joan. Alright, the aftermath. Let's go. Now, Mr. Garrideb. Now, Mr. Garrideb. Fuck. It's like lint in my face. It's not even a fly for once, it's just like lint. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something, so call Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast. Guys, I have my last nugget. Here. I also have another dipping sauce. Let me try to record it. Alright, everyone shut up. I'm the only one that makes sound here. Okay, I'm gonna take that audio later. Somebody clip that so I can make that audio later. And then make it an alert. So I can put it right next to this. Loud noises! No, I'm not gonna waste it. I still have my fries. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all. Thanks, Brad. Oh, that's true. The game music's gonna be in the background. But it's okay, it'll probably be loud enough where I could, like, take it out. Hot mustard's good for anything. It's pretty loud. It was like right into the mic. Perfect. Okay. Beloved. Perhaps that supporting army seems to be propping up his head has some other significance. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? The slap! He got fucking slapped. Look at him. Poor guy. What'd you do? Oh my god, there's an episode of I Love Lucy where Lucy's like in the kitchen doing her thing. She clearly looks a little distraught. And Ethel comes in and starts talking. And Lucy's like, shh, keep it down. Ricky's in a bad mood. And Ethel's like, what did you do? And she's like, nothing. And somebody else comes in. And then Lucy warns them that Ricky's in a bad mood. And they also go like, what did you do? And she's like, nothing. Like, I feel just the way she says nothing both times is so good. Nothing. Why does everyone always thinks it's me?
Take that!
I didn't even inspect that. I just went for it. What did you do? You know what? See, it's so good. I love the way she says nothing. I need to get a clip of her just saying that. I need to get a soundbite of Lucy saying literally anything on that show because she's so good. I know, it's so hard finding clips because like none are on YouTube, and if they are, they're recorded on a phone. So it's like you just have to watch the episode. Okay, was you Madame Joan Garrideb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ugh! How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. Yeah, I noticed that right away. Like, I saw his cheek was pink at some point. I'm like, did he get burned? But it's just straight up a slap. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. I love the pointing so much. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrett to fly into a rage. She's looking at something. And we only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Pile of bills! No, that's not true. The lion never existed. I know, so many great moments that I wish I could clip. Also, that slap mark, the mark looks way too big for her small hand. Oh, is it a bookmark? Oh my god, is that like a lipstick mark? Oh my god, what is this? Does he have a mistress? Oh, someone must be reading the book at this moment. There's a bookmark. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks with lipstick. She's the murderer. It's always a woman. Hi, moment. It's pretty cool so far. Sholmes is back. Oh yeah, Hulu's so bad with the Missing Lucy episode. Who said it's a she? That's very true. That's how Biff comes back. Oh, what a passionate romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. He just left it out in the open. Amateur. Well, obviously, it's another woman. It's like the end of DMC5 when you complete a mission, just... Yes, it is the love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh, she did it again! But I don't know the bully woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was a note to Mr. Natsume. Because it's his book. Right? Like I was saying, the slap mark doesn't fit her hand. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Arrgh! A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, you old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that secondhand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using a note as a bookmark, you mean? Is his name even James? Like, why... Right, like, why does she care about a message to James? A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, is in case you've forgotten, is John. A likely story. Okay, she's kind of pissing me off now. Are you questioning my name now? Just punch him with your ring. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicious of the female hearts, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Ugh. Mary and James? Are you Maria? Dude, he would totally be a character in Silent Hill for sure. And you told the woman his name is James? That's true. Carlos Danger. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpets, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. Well, she is looking. This time, madam, I am afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth. Your wandering eyes. It's not the cakes. She didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. There doesn't seem to be any doubt at this state of disarray that this room is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. Eh. We finally get to see... Oh, never mind. Is that just a candle? It just looks like a candle, but I can't inspect it. Like, it just goes to the... whole... hole. Alright, the circus? Advertising handbill for the circus. Batty Circus in nearby park. Isn't this the same one that we saw earlier? One that was folded up in Mr. Garrett's pocket? Perhaps they're very great circus lovers. Could it be that the Hungry Lion is somehow involved in here, could it? Oh dear, I do hope not. I mean, oh, the candlestick! Yeah, the candlestick's missing. It's on the floor. Like, they didn't pick it up? This is the very old candlestick, doesn't it? Base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Like, oh no, it may have fallen off. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Well, that's it.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the runways of the ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Why don't they just, like, clean up ever? Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Miss Garrett's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face. She hit him so hard that she sent a shockwave all over the apartment. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. She made it fall towards her, and in seconds the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Wrench was sort of my Snickers wrapper. Yeah, but it wasn't on the floor, okay? Sorry, Wrench. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire! And in this room, the ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. Oh, the duo! I like when they spin. So easy to please. After the sparks of marital discord flew, the room was the scene of a fire. Blow up. Are you not impressed? Yo, this animation. Holy shit. So smooth. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! He's impressed! Oh no, he's fallen. Aww. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Salt. Why is this game so cool? It's these dash-long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good secondhand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. But wish your wife admonished your hair harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt discard. Here we go again. And the carpet? What was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know? The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. I agree! I wish I could have seen that. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The Bally's furniture started going up as well. Bally. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Oh, we're gonna see, like, Monica's closet back there. Over here, Mr. Garrideb? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Yo, we going in? There's nothing behind here. Oh, had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. I can hydrate with soda? Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorites. Book called The Lion's Pride. His entire One Piece collection. Lion's Pride. Ah yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. You know, at least Sholmes is close. He just has the details wrong. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. Can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was close carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stick and full fettle. I can't read these. Like, they often use like words and phrases that I've never seen like next to each other, so my brain just like can't handle it. Full fettle. So close but no cigar. Yeah, like he gets it, but it's just the details just make it wrong. Out of interest, what time of day was that? I'm not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think? Isn't that when the murder happened? I don't even- cousin egg? Is that- I don't even remember that word. So at exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Yeah, she saw the murder. She's throwing flaming books at him. See, like, I wish I could have seen that. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be relevant or not. I like how he's like, his theme always kicks in when he's like dumb. It's so good. He is right, because he did tell us that. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It's of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh yeah, we haven't even... We told him we'd confirm. We're to accept Mr. Natsume's case. We have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Nice people. I really like the characters in this case. Prison time. God, that snowman's so excited to be there. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's call it Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of Mr. Garadev's house. Wait. Is it an entire... Oh, okay. Who the fuck? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. It's Dandelion. Burger King Dandelion. Who's this guy? Who are you calling old man, you rum-looking nimny-pinny? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Horatio? Who's this Horatio fella, huh? What are you on about? He sounds like he'd be Kendo. I just was not expecting that guy to show up. As I was just saying how I like all this game's characters, and then that clown shows up. Are they circus people? Excuse me. Eh, what the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. My associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What?
Who are you?
If I can be any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Cheh. Fine, I'll be on me way for today, but you mark your words.
I ain't got no clue,
No!
darling. But don't you worry, girlie.
I meant to say that one. I moved my alerts around, I forgot. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Look at Sanji and Shakespeare. His smile. He looks like he's in pain. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. He sounds like Beetle. I wish I could do his voice. Thank you. He does look like a One Piece character. Just like a little bit more exaggerated. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but... The fuck? Are you a lodger here in the Garadeb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. So happy. Sir Garadeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Look, if it has a scepter. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, this, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be. Sorry, battle did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. Acquaintances. So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well! I wish he'd like twirled away. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returning to his room. Seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. He's gonna be a witness in court. I'm not looking forward to dealing with him again. Anyway, I'll go find a carriage. But who killed the lady? Oh, I missed you. He's gonna constantly be doing this again. Stop doing that. God, that'd be so surprising if that was the only time you see them. Oh.
Who are you?
I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. Polemist? Apparently emphasis on the first is also correct, so polemist? What does it mean? We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think of nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nipponese! Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. Oh my god, who is this gonna be? There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, thank god. I was like, who is this possibly gonna be? It's through friendship transcending international borders that only truly appreciates the facts. Such is my belief, at least. Bye, Bren. Debater? Yeah, what if he was like in the cell next to him? Oh, it's you! Yes, Arg, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! And like he even poses like, that's me! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here?
I don't have a clue.
I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair. Donkey Punch, thank you for 3 gift subs! Thank you so much! Oh shit, I know Mouse, I know Simple. Hell yeah. People we know! I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? Well, he doesn't have windows. At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. Are you? How dare you? Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits and those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? And his lodgings were cursed, I mean. So he actually thinks ghosts are involved? There's so much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Curse is wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Oh my god, is it time to talk? Are we here to talk, man? Bum 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 bum. Cursed trial. Look, music's all gloomy now. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed. Oh no, why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. It's like shaking an 8-ball. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean trial really is cursed somehow. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh my, oh no, we're scaring him even more. What do you mean? Please tell me. Summarize the second lead 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived in a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. What? I'm impressed, Mr. Susato. Miss Susato, you have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted. Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Van Zeeks? Killing people? That got no way. He couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. He went to that like so quickly. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Yeah, Lord of Darkness, Reaper. He's innocent. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Don't fear the Reaper. Van Zeeks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. Suzuki-san looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy. Tobias Ripper, yeah. As you are no doubt aware, in British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. You don't say, right? Common sense. They're putting way too much faith in common sense. Especially in an Ace Attorney universe where everyone's a moron. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, it's from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright? However, those indicted by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Although the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. So wait, in months? Because McGilda died like the night of. To disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled in her passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Oh no. He's Vampire Dexter, oh my god. He must enjoy the news that he's getting a 9th season. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Ha! I knew it. I'm dead, Dodo, done for, doomed. Oh my god, Karashi in here? Yeah, there's a new season of Dexter that's actually just like a new season. Like, it's not a reboot. It's continuing from where the show left off. But it has the writer from the first 4 seasons or something. So it's not completely doomed. Several years later? I don't know. If they had more details, I don't remember them or I didn't read them. But probably. It's like after his lumberjack ways. Yeah, like I'd imagine it's like a substantial amount of years later, not immediately because everyone looks older. But I don't know how much. I hope it's like freaking like 40 years in the future, something ridiculous. Yeah, what else is she doing these days? I bet if they ask you, she'd say, Hey, Julia. You busy? No. I didn't really like that season when Julia Stiles in it, but I liked her, so it made me like the season, if that makes sense. Because I really like Julia Stiles. I was happy to see her in something. Oh my god, my controller. Oh my god, is that my controller keeps shutting off? I had it wrapped around other cords. I think as I was pulling on it, it was like being unplugged. Alright. Cursed lodgings. When you said cursed lodgings before, you're referring to your room at Mr. Garadeb's house, I assume? Yeah, hey Julie, I'll do it! We haven't even said what it was yet. Oh. So we're gonna make another season of I'll do it! We didn't say what show. Oh. I'll do it! A year? Oh. So I came here a year ago, London a week ago. It didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. Even that didn't help me. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road, a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? Seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. Landlord just simply simpered and said, "The room is cursed. Oops." Quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." I know, right? Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I am surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all? To believe? Yes, to believe. Kazuma! Kazuma's words. To believe in your people. To believe. So she's very busy, is what you're saying. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Maruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case in the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake? Well, yes. At that time, I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. Or if you like. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it! But I could have been lying! Surely you must have had your doubts. Oh, it's still him. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. Circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. Ah ha ha ha. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It's a matter of whether or not no one can trust oneself. Yes, yes, he's right! He's right! Look, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Sholmes is totally a flat earther. I mean, you know... Yeah. No, I don't know. I feel like he's... He could probably say he's a flat earther. Somebody could like easily sway him, and his excuse would just be like, oh, well, I just, you know, believe in what I believe in. And then like, just like leave it as that. So I feel like it'd be very ambiguous. Like he'd believe in both. He'd be a flat earther and not flat earther at the same time. Maybe not specifically those examples, but that's him. Oh my god, Kazuya! A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Was Sherlock Holmes a flat earther? I don't really know. Like, I know stories and stuff that Sherlock Holmes, like, media and whatnot, but I don't really know much about, like, the books, I guess. Like, the character from the books. You were so right, Kazuma. Is that cocaine? Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh my god, I'm going to dinner with Sholmes! Oh my god. Yes, say yes! Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume? If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Oh my god, he's gonna cry! Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Hi, Suko. You missed a lot, yeah. It's like it's a lot of getting to know characters. My instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. I could have told you that freaking 5 hours ago, dude. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me, my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It'd be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, That your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. I need to rest my voice a bit before the trial. This is gonna be next. No, I just didn't feel like reading redundant information. Cosmo believed in me. Oh my god, Cosmo and Mr. Sholmes are both believing in me. Whew! So how long's the trial gonna be? Bump 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 bump. Bump 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 bump. Whew. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Extra 9 hours. Yeah, we'll do the whole case today. But damn, my voice is like shot. Not even just from today. I've been like reading non-stop. Just looks paranoid. Look at him. He's insane. Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Oh no. He's been up all night. Too terrified to tremble. Purchased as many different newspapers I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeek's on the front page of every one. What's he doing on the front page? Soon after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey. He stopped appearing in court. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Hi, Zeke. Hello. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a long hiatus. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question that the papers are asking. They're all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga in the century to some of us. But dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume. That is how the papers are describing it. And their blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. But nobody wants to defend them? It's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against the legendary prosecutor. Can only mean you're friends with the Reaper. I mean, I'd be friends with him. Zeke's probably doesn't want to be our friend though. Oh, we're bringing up benevolence. Y'all ready for the case? Or, I mean, the trial? And how long is this gonna be? It's already been like 5 hours to get to the trial. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. Believe I can do this now. Ready for this fight? Yeah, 16-hour stream, by the way. Oh shit, there he is. Oh my god, is that fair play in the— oh no. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. I know, yeah, like the last trial is always so long. Like that's gonna be like a 2-parter stream, probably. And, like this one's only been super long because of the— so far. Because the investigation was so long, but the first 3 were really short because it was either like one or the other. Prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Sato-san! Oh yeah, I brought tea up to soothe my throat, and water's warm. Hell yeah. It's gold. Oh shit! Are we having a drink, Zeeks? Alright, cheers. Here's to the acquitted. You wanna ask about the tea bag? I dare you. What are you doing here? Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. That's not Butters, is it? This peace-loving fellow. I know, he doesn't even care. Yo! Joan! I mean, it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed. Eh? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. So we got a old man who can't hear, we got the maid. Got fair play. Some other weirdos. Oh shit! Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Yeah, supposed witness, by the way. That's true, she is the defendant's landlady. She also claims to be a witness. Just look at the sallow complexion, short stature. He is one of those dreadful Japanese. Wow. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. No, who are you to just make that decision? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Right, forgive the discourtesy, especially my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. You are such an asshole! Stop being fake polite. He's literally gonna stab somebody to death and be like, oh, please forgive my barbaric behavior. Hey, it's Master Roshi. Is that you? Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh my god, it's fucking... it's fucking fish and chips. Your name and occupation, please. Please forgive the impaling. It's just my thing. Yes, sir. No, we love Van Zeeks, but he's also a fucking asshole. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court? Inspector. Forgive my intrusion after stabbing you. I freaking... Like, I hate him so much, but I also love him because he's so fun to meme. The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. That is adorable. Please forgive the discourtesy of stabbing you. I don't know what came over me. Beg your pardon, Inspector, thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now. She's been comatose ever since. An onion. Oliver Greenie! Oh my god, I didn't even think of that! It's Oliver Greenie! My little Greenie. So do you even know who she is for sure? Hi, geez, it works! Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? They're called greenies because they're green? Oh, Miles is an asshole too. I love him though. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. Calabash. Meerschaum. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running along Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare of horse-drawn vehicles. Had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. His drawings. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what happened. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Was it a pocket knife? Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. A heavy blade like that, it's almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. The Scraggan Soseki man, I suppose. Common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Jackknife has been entered in the court record. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. This moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Yes! If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have for stabbing the young woman? I don't know, her freaking... Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Objection! That hurt. Whoa! What the fuck was that for? This man has like rage issues, but it's like contained rage issues. Oh, forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into a public gallery. By man. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. Oh, it's my fault? For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Fucking Sikhs, man. Witness testimony. Oh, as long as he's done politely. The Willem scream. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility unreasonably good. Was reasonably good. There was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Probably a lot, Pac-Man. See, it seems like a lot. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor, those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to. We found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Immediately? Yeah, okay, what are these books? Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. Yeah, Billy made it. He did the Van Zeek's boot slam. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. That's so good. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. You're an asshole! Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Fuck you! Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not defending everything. Denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Hey, she's alive. Kazuma's not. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. I'll be right back. I need to get more tea. My voice is gonna be gone tonight. move here. Just here. Hi. I'm back. Cold. Hello, Jay. Speaking of menace, he was just like under my chair, like trying to find fries that I dropped. I'm gonna throw the tea and be like, God, what did he say? Word for word? Well, I'm cold. Over. Yo, I can get my new Virgil towel. Throw the tea like... What did he say when he threw it? Just got time to scavenge. For 1 sec. Oh, crap. Knocked over a frame. Okay, I've returned. Oof. I'm so excited. Playing part in the incident. Right. Right. We're gonna be seeing a lot of those slams and boots today. During this. Bum 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 bum. I'm hurt. Hurt! Okay, Ross, you're hurt! I get to see me live. Yay, welcome. Welcome to the live show. My voice is like shot. I've been reading non-stop for the past couple days because there's no voice acting in this game. So this is not gonna be a good time right now. But I do have... Oh, I didn't mean to do that one. What did I mean to do? We start until 5 a.m. time. We get to have breakfast together. Oh my god. Hello, Kairos. I really am doing the audiobook. I'm single-handedly doing the audiobook of this whole game. Why are you leaving? Who's leaving? Whee! No, this is the 4th trial. Well, it's the 4th case. But this is the first part of the trial. I assume it's going to have multiple parts to this trial. But there's 5 cases in total. But we're on the 4th one. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Yes, Starlight. Get a bit Russian. Was the killing case 3? Do you find out today? No! Woman wearing a green overcoat, she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let a little scream. Oh! And collapsed. So I take it she didn't scream.
A close eye on things.
She didn't scream like this then. And collapsed into the cold hard slabs of the stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my cursed lodgings. Yeah, I saw Pontos on Discord. I hope you get taken care of. The investigation took 5 hours, but it went good. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. It does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of the stabbing of the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the 2 of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. This guy sucks. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, Counsel. Proceed, please. Alright, Kairos, I've been pulling a U these past couple days. Anytime something juicy's about to happen, I just do one of these. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables. Let's fucking go. Let's go, I'm ready. Take your chips, your stupid small chips, and get out. Alright, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was unusually light fog. What do you mean? Light's fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. I love fog. How quaint. Oh, shut up. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize. I expect you can appreciate. I see. This time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even use your own hand at the end of your arm. That bad? Kairos, is that true? Did anyone here from or near London? Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. That's pretty scary. So he said light fog, but light fog to him is probably gonna be like fog, like real fog. So if it's foggy out, how do you know there's nobody else around? There could have been like 30 people, but if you wouldn't know because of the fog. Maybe she did fall on the knife. I can imagine that happened. She like rolled her way into it. And they had to put fog lights on her car. Like, did you always have to have them running? Like even just, or not always obviously, but were they used often? Because we have fog lights in all our cars, but they're like, we only use them like once a year. Because it doesn't really get that foggy much here. Got my freaking bag. That's cool. I love fog, but I imagine driving in it is probably not so fun. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. Okay, so somewhat lighter probably doesn't mean anything, Van Zeeks. In fact, no doubt lamented by the accursed. You said lament. Shit, we're halfway there. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accursed. But it's still foggy!
Hold it!
I'm not letting go of this fog, by the way. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Of? He'll say the other word, don't worry. Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witness to this crime have told us. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday. So, earlier they said there was no one, now suddenly there's witnesses, but it was foggy, so... One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Meant of accused. Though we must hear their testimony. Prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of the winter. It would have been dark already. Dark and foggy? No matter how light the fog may have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah, but the fog! Prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite, here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. That sounds so fucking cool. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. Mankind conquered the darkness. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. What?
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print, he lost the realm to mankind. Yeah, poor guy. Imagine losing to mankind. Yes, quite so, Inspector. I know, he really is a bitch. Like, I like him, but I also hate him at the same time. I don't like the feeling. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. To say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's being treated at Bart's. I was hoping that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. That's indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. He does kind of look like them. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. I know, same, yeah. Every time, objection. Be like, shut up, dude. Like, just go home. Go kill somebody else. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes. Or disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. Oops. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Yeah, oh, he's a murderer, alright. Mr. Natsume's belongings. I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Wait, that's all his? So, he like tossed them everywhere? It just looks like he ran into her. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife. What? Like, why are they scattered like that, Van Zeeks? Are you stupid? He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's an idiot. He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. But like, if his book's scattered like that, he'd have to be like running really fast, and like the impact would have made his books fly everywhere. Like, you can't just walk into somebody, bump into them. They would just fly like right in front of you. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Hold it!
Defendant apparently visits the secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. Yeah, no, it's like if he loses a case, it seems like he kills the person. He tries to. He's holding fish and chips in a newspaper, yeah. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. Shut up. The books, like, he just wanted to interject and be like, oh, books. Oh, you're so smart, just like you. The books room, stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Here we go with the map. Closest secondhand bookshop to the accused lodging is in this place here, Bourbon Books. Little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerstrom Street. It happens the accused is currently living in the lodging on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. I mean, how close is that's like it's like 20 feet. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Yeah, that's true. That's what I would think. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from the particular shop. think what the inspector just told us could turn out to be vital importance. Well, yeah. The most important point that inspector just made being the bookshop's location. Crucial detail on what we've just told about the core inspector's location of the bookshop. Couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Okay. You winding me up, Sunshine. I just explained that. I got the map out and everything. Used red bloomin' ink and drew the bloke's route home on for you. It doesn't. You just have to follow UK laws. Distinctly remember seeing you not along, Council. I think I mean, I don't know. I've seen fries or chips cut a ton of different ways. I don't know if it's just like one way. Yes, of course. Blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. The trial's only just begun. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court records, Sage. Wait, so like, but why would the location... Alright, let's inspect stuff. What do you say? I wish I could see what these books are. So is this snow? Oh, look how the snow is perfectly melted around her. That's a pocket knife, alright. Oh. No, it was... Oh, just to close it again? Open it! Oh my god! I mean, it probably just broke. Maybe they stabbed her with a dull knife. Oh my god, reporting officer's Rolly beat. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Her name was gleaned from personal effects, no detail was known. Apart from a single stab wound from a large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by a reporting officer, successfully arrested the following day. Your books. Ah! Bourbon Books isn't where he was. Oh, shit.
Hold it!
It's called Your Books. Hi, Pigeon. It's almost midnight. Thoughts you're gonna end stream. No, I can't stop. I have to do the trial. This is probably gonna be like a freaking 16-hour stream at this point. I can't stop now. So he really doesn't like Mr. Sholmes. Inspector. The man is proving detrimental to the yard's activities. Perhaps I should step in and deal with him. You stay away from Sholmes! If I have to pick you or Sholmes, it's always be Sholmes. I will protect him with my life. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is this. The little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He's admitted those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he bought that day, but it's from a different place. No, I know.
Hold it!
So it is the name of the bookstore. I just tried to find which one it was. Not bourbon books. Not bourbon. Not called bourbon. Why would he go to the farthest one though? Maybe it's better. Why do they have to assume it's the closest one? I can't wait to- so... Well, I can't wait to find out where the other one is, but it's probably like down by Calabash Road and then he just like walked right past it. The bookshop's name. Good morning, Kim. Good morning, Pen. Wake up into a courtroom. What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? So I can present some information. This man be anymore. He was on his way from Bourbon Books. Oh, was he? Because I think the receipt shows your books.
Objection!
Objection. If I could stop you there, Inspector? What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident. Details purchase of 3 second-hand books. Why not fish? That's true. Fish and well, careful, because the newspaper might give somebody a paper cut, and that's pretty dangerous. You found that the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, it's the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. Oh, you're interested in Van Zeeks? This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Your, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at the secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What that? Or what? It's another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that such a small place, I think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited. Alright, now put it back. Oh my god, Zeeks. No, dude. For what difference it makes? Wherever the men purchased this musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Yes, it does!
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have Stream up here, if that might be of help. Yeah, so where's your books? What if your books are just slightly more above? So it's just like, yeah, you're right, it wouldn't have mattered. But we need to know where your books is. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. Absolutely could be right. Yeah, that's fair. Bruce Fairplay from the other case. Oh, why he's here. Inspector Gregson, where is the Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. What, you don't know? There's that Your Books. Just here in the corner. Yeah, so he could have went the long way. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. I learned Nipponi's Fred is obviously in training to be a clown. To your future career in the circus. Oh, you put that glass down now, I'll put it down for you! There's the orchestra's actually behind them, it's just like, oh shit. They all stop because they want to hear what the evidence is. The accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was dead. Why is that no doubt? Why couldn't he have taken the other way? Because maybe there's like better lighting on the other street. Why is there no doubt, Gregson? God, it's like they wanted him to be accused of murder. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Like, I take the long way sometimes for various reasons. Allow me to reiterate from my learned, somewhat slow Nipponese friend. You are a bastard. No doubt. Stop that. We get glass shards all over the place. That's not true, though. There's... Yeah, so many bookshops in a single block. You can definitely tell this is the 1900s. Dude, nowadays, like one bookstore every 3 cities. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say? I've had enough of this now. I don't know how to voice it. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Oh, he's so cute with his little nose. Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What? What do you mean? The prosecution's assertion is correct. Members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but I'm just gonna leave it. Hi, Oliver. Why are you like peeking on the corner? You wanna fry? Because you're so cute. Come here. Come on. It's for you. You wanna fry? Come on. His white gloves. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. There he is. Holy shit, that's fries for me. When returning from your books to his lodgings. He works for his fries. Miss Starlight. Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between 2 places. Now everyone's gonna be like, what do you mean there's another route? Oh, thank God. He's just gonna go right into it. If the defendant used these streets, look what happened. It's like I'm seriously dealing with toddlers right now. Trying to lure me in with the fry ear eater. I want to eat your ear, Oliver. Get your ears nice and plump with fries and I'm gonna eat it. Not how it works. Could the defense please point out the other route? No, Matt, I picked the one I wanted. It's just I was making fun of the other one. Guys, I'm kidding. I'm making fun of the other route. Relax.
Objection!
That route is what's commonly referred as the long way around. You're not forgiven. Oh shit, he got me. This guy's a fucking idiot. Ah. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, I don't know, ask the guy! The answer is extremely simple, he wouldn't, in other words. The accused took the obvious route back to the lodgings, the obvious perpetrator of crime. Okay, let's look at the streets, because there's probably like different lighting and everything.
Objection.
But... Ah, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. Claims he has no recollection. Like, they're both long ways, they are. It's like, what if one street's just like better lighted than the other one? So like that's his reason. Says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Well, then why would it matter that he took the short route if he doesn't know where he's going? I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend. Suggest that we do not waste any more of this court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that's the case, the defense still... That guy's gonna knock me out. Yeah, like, it could be the cold air, like, is blocked by a certain building or some shit. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Why? Because he took a route home?
Guilty!
Guilty.
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 Guilty!
I don't think fair play should be a juror. Or the maid lady, by the way. Cold fries. Okay, jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books? Yes, nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector. No, I don't think that's first. It just looks like him. So we only have fair play from the last case, and then the maid woman is... She's apparently a witness, but she's also, like, the landlord. of the accused. So she shouldn't be there. Fair play shouldn't be there. We have to turn the tide. Alright, let me at him, let me at him. Let me at him. I got this. Look how cool. Oh my god, he's gonna start pacing again. He's really tall and lanky and cool. For pity's sake.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but he's not constantly like making or letting his hat fall anymore. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. So I was going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fabplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. The police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. Free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. So he's just doing this out of spite now. Maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. Yeah, what's he up to? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim.
Hold it!
Next. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. Clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. I know, I feel like half the new words I'm learning, like fossicking, it just sounds like a lot of words I shouldn't be saying out loud. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming a woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say after all. You are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? What the fuck? I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. Same. I do declare the man has already made the admission. She's... Look at her pretending she didn't just say something terrible. He himself has said that there's nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Ugh. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. Did it? Get not first, by the way. The man would have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. That's all he has to say. What do you mean? But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fella actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. At the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Oh, not yet. Well, yes, that's true as well. But as I understand, the accused himself doesn't remember. Yes. He's like Mr. Forced. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Or if if it's dark and cold, you could be taking like the route that either has like less wind in your face or more lights on the street. So the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim like he did. I mean, if there was a logical reason why he might have gone to Calabash Road Way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honestly, I would. The reason why Soki-Simon might have taken a longer way home. Funny. Poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Whatever's the matter, young man? Why are you here, lady? You're the wife of Mr. Garib, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. Master's wife? Where'd you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand? Just keeping up the charade? Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd be selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. That was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Though he's only been a little over in a week now. What? And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? I know, like she shouldn't be allowed. Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room sporting that unscrupulous mustache. This man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. Oh dear. They're very nosy people. Yep, people are so mean. Just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm. I mean, not literally. Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I got work to be doing. Man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. He is ready to throw down. Alexei, you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. I know, I don't care who's guilty, I just want to go home. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard slog from dawn till dusk. So you are digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well? That's right. So the roads that they claim is the short route were being worked on. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened, from that by that bookshop. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Yeah, Meerschaum! That's the street up top, so that's why he didn't take that route. Figured it out. Thank you, sir. Which one are you, juror number 5? On the map, there's only 3 named streets. Yes! Juror number 5! I need you to add that information in your formal statement, please! What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important! It's fine, I'll do it. I was digging up Meerschaum Street.
Hold it!
So if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day. That's right, like I said, you gotta burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellas like me can actually make a few bob. Am I missing out today? Oh, whatever. And when you say from dawn till dusk, Well, the work has to be complete within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. This is so annoying! Like, this... All the information is here, but I'm like this, like, this should be common knowledge. Everybody should just have this information. And, like, me presenting it to them really makes me feel like I'm on Blue's Clues. Like, it's so frustrating. Like, why didn't he say this? And everybody else is still on the boat. It's like, there's no way he'd take another route. It's just like, well, there's maintenance. What do you mean there's no way? Or in the core was like, there's no, yeah. And then like, here's your reason. It's so like, I know it's a video game. I know it's the point, but it's like, it's frustrating. I'm so happy I don't live in the Ace Attorney universe because I would have aneurysms like every fucking day at these stupid people. Right, let's see then. Oh! Oh! Look at that! Blocking his path! I'm shocked, really. It was a tiny dig, I can tell you. We had to get through the drift of snow that had frozen solid. Now, what sort of time did you finish the work? After 5 p.m. That's perfect! That's around the time when he could have passed. Snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. No, it's 19th century. It's still, or like, well, it's like just the start of 20th century. They're educated enough to build buildings and worry about steam pipes and all that shit. I think we're underestimating how smart people were back then. Just because we had limited technology doesn't mean they're stupid. These people are. When we walk past different shops. Yeah, exactly, Kurgosh. Like, there's so many reasons, but like, we actually have a reason here, and there's still like, there's no other way. There's so many other reasons. Facepalm emojis for this game, right? Your books, yes, nice shop, but bourbon books? Not worth a visit. Tell me your opinions on these. By the way, you're wearing a green coat. I think they saw you. Sorry, fold it, you say? Fold what? I said hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking all about. Now, what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5. This lines up. So the other woman saw him. She didn't see Olive Green. She saw him. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, make no mistake. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Yo! What if the lady did fall on the knife? It's like, because what if it was slippery, so she slipped, and then somewhere the pocket knife fell into her back. I knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see? Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6! I must insist. You add that information to your formal statement. Oh, sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced. So... So he didn't actually add anything else to his statement. Slept over that evening myself. Okay, so... Who was it? Her? He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why it can only have been the victim. Okay, no, because they're talking about him. They saw him. Those two statements clearly show a flaw. A flaw? What are you talking about? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? The knife is a female. I didn't even think about that. Well, maybe she bought her own pocket knife. So she killed herself, essentially. Well, she's not dead, she's in a coma. But she would have accidentally killed herself because she bought the pocket knife. So it still adds up. Females are murderers in this. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable, it's not like I was loud or anything. How cool he looks! There's at least one fact of which can be sure here. Bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. This poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Is that your... I don't know, but she got stabbed and now she's in a coma. Ace attorney. She's... Maybe it was like the weather. Maybe by the time they found her, it's like she was just really sick. Maybe it had nothing to do with the knife. I don't know. Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? Yeah, like she fell on her head. Because it was like an icy road. I'm sure you heard the juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. He has no idea. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of this bench here with me today? Yes. That is entirely possible, yes. Y'all need better boots. He's demonstrating what boots will help you not fall. After all, the old man had a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. Time to go home. We've solved the case. My goodness me. I'm sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken a long route back to his lodging. And if that's true, then clearly... crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. Alright, flip your signs. You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green coat? Is it? Oh, this poor man. Hold it. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I would like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. You're the first sensible person on the trial. Don't worry, she'll switch back to guilty. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... Aw, look how happy he is. He looks kind of like a Pokemon. Yes, my two favorite people. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple minds at least. Strengthen our position somewhat. Looks like a Pokemon. Look at him. You just identify one more clue. Jura 6 is really just not, like, working in spite right now. I'm proud of him. Alright, so that one to this guy. Wait, what was the first guy? What? I mean, I know it's the answer, I just can't remember what he said. Alright. Oh, he wouldn't have gone around the houses? Oh, he wouldn't?
Objection.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impossible. Which means that defendant's route home. Hi, Paranoia, I am. I'm exhausted, but this is a really fun case. Oh no, he got blocked! Could not have taken him along Mearsham Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course! What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards or more of pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken a longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. Suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. Yeah, we already know. He had no choice. Switch to white, switch to white. Yes. Yes. We are killing it. Oh, I would definitely recommend them. They're super fun. Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in, that's what I say. Yes!
Objection!
Oh, here we go. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Fuck you! So... That's like, yeah, it's the second glass he smashed. He threw one already, so it's his third? I know, I really wish my hand would start bleeding. This one be good for a beginner? Yeah, you could, honestly, you could play them in any order. Like, there's like storylines, but all the cases are pretty standalone. But you could start with this one. This would be a really good one to start with, actually. He is insufferable. The first, oh wait, wait, you're right. Well, he tossed the bottle behind him, but didn't he already throw one at the lamp? Already? Am I thinking of yesterday? 'Cause I swear he did that today already. Lord Van Zeeks? Seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? Mistakenly credit those jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick before my Eastern entertainer. Hey. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
Don't, he's gonna insult them back to guilty. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was good 2 yards of pavement which you had excavated, sir? Aww, Zeke goes home to cry. He sounds like, oh my god, Sparks, the way you're saying that sounds like he's throwing a tantrum. Like, today he did this. Like, you have to write a journal for all his tantrums. That's right, it took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for that. How much is that? Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? I mean, it's enough. I don't know, I can't, like, I'm picturing it. Oh, like 6 feet or something? Wait, no, I'm thinking, wait, how much is a yard? I was thinking of a meter. Thinking of meter stick. Aren't yardsticks and meters sticks kind of the same length? Or like almost? So like 3 feet for a yard? Meters basically a yard? Okay. Cause I was thinking of like a yardstick, but I'm like, it's just a meter stick. But alright. So yeah, so 6 feet. That's a little less than 2 meters. So that's like enough to, you know, I would look that in the ground and be like, nope, and go around. Like, long way around. That is a lot! That's enough! In other words, distance rarely vaulted by anyone with moderate vigor. No! 6 feet's a lot! Like, okay, he's like this... He's carrying books. He's this little tiny man. He's not athletic. Yeah, he's suggesting that he jumped it. Yeah, Zeeks, maybe you jump it because you're a vampire. You could freaking jump 30 feet. But like a normal person holding books? I don't think so. Well, hello, Danny. Welcome. You'll get it. You'll get it, don't worry. In the middle of winter while loaded. Yeah, he's gonna like slip on the ice and hurt himself. And it was snowy. He's got his double jump cape on, his freaking cheater. What does he think is gonna happen? Oh my god, I hate Zeke. But I love him. I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have the hope of passing anyway. You just turn on gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Is it? He's holding books in winter. The incontrovertible truth is the books just purchased by accused are found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodging, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. So what? And old man. Cold man? You can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash. Pray, was there suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Yeah, 6 feet's a lot. You're 6 feet? No way. Oh, can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Arg! Alright, whatever. Zeeks and your double jump. Order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord? You had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not pre-offer it during the summation examination? Wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. He's acting like Byakuya right now. I just wanted to see what he'd say. Samurai warriors because of him. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. My hospitality has its limits, and they've been reached, I feel. Oh shit, the cape! Yo! So, my learned friend, say sightseeing tour in London is now over. Oh shit, he's serious now. What are you talking about? My lord. Prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses. Oh my god, no, he's gonna call witnesses. It's gonna be Dandelion and Horatio. That's true, now he can't double jump. See, no, he was wearing the cape while the whole double jump conversation came up just in case he had to demonstrate. But now that the topic's over, he doesn't have to worry about double jump anymore. I see through his plans. His next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? I've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses of the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid he's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Right, no matter who Van Zeek brings to the stand as witness, no matter what they say. I believe in Soseki-san, I know he's innocent. I'll keep believing to the very end until this battle's over. Is it these? The one guy's asleep. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations to the court. I freaking love every time they introduce new characters in Phoenix Wright game or in Ace Attorney games. I'm always just like, these people? These people are... Is that duct tape on your hat? Oh no. These people are the ones who are... I have to use to prove that a man's not guilty. They were pulled from a JRPG. They look like just like townsfolk. Those scarves look pretty warm though. Oh, it's Rolly Beats! Oh, it's him! Constable Rolly Beats. Saw nothing to report on the streets, sir. Oh, he's asleep. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Aw, they're kind of cute. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. Patricia's a murderer. She's a woman, therefore. In fact, we celebrate our first anniversary only the other day. No, it's your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Rolly Beat is the... look. The reporting officer Rolly Beat. So he's the one who reported it. So he's important to this. Patricia, on the other hand, I feel like, yeah, she's the Pokemon trainer. Oddly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, don't freaking get on their good side. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from wear days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. That's true, we did hear that. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on the list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. Yes, it seems like they should have to do everything. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd collapse long ago. But it goes without... Okay, so, because he's the reporting officer, he didn't see things clearly because he's half asleep. So that's my... Go ahead, just, yeah, that's my verdict, and set the man free. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. So you're like working 24/7? For the London, Bobby is a man of honor. Ghost Trick? No, I haven't played that. And a man of slumber. Oh shoot. Oh, my tea's cold. Yeah, if he's like overworked that badly, there's no way he saw things straight. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. Just green tea. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? Well, okay, now their name Beat makes more sense. Like, he's totally beat. She probably beats him. That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Rolly? Let him sleep! Constable Roy Beat saw nothing report on the streets. Look, like he's in a trance. What a great witness he's gonna be. He's gonna be saying the exact same thing the whole time. He's probably dreaming. He's dreaming he's in a courtroom. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw. Yes, sir! And he's asleep. I like their matching scarves. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the others scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. He's asleep! They don't call it Mrs. Beat for nothing, right? Every victim got stabbed with a knife. Yeah. Some way. Well... Wait. Second one, he just bonked his head. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. So there's, okay, fog? There's fog that they couldn't clearly see everything. Roy's half asleep. Or Roy. Roy's half asleep. There's other people that match the descriptions anyway. So, like, why are they just deciding... This woman's insane. He probably wasn't even there because he took the other route. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however. Cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of a man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Without a doubt, one of the witnesses is a policeman, no less. Yeah, but look at him. Sorry, it's my bad. But, like, look at the policeman! Except the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. It is nice though, like I've said before, how like everyone's so stupid and like we know they're stupid, except for like whoever you're playing as, like in this case Ryunosuke or like Phoenix Wright in other games. It's like they often say what you're thinking, so it's kind of nice to have like, I don't know, you have that connection with the protagonist for once. The return of my man. So you see Oliver's son with the hand pose. Oliver! Where is he? Oh, he's gone. No, he's asleep. Look at him. Alright, what the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. So he still had on his uniform. No time to change after work. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, oh, I can't wait to call him out. Sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you probably see why children the elderly can't do the job, can't you? Think Roy... Why do I keep calling him Roy? Rolly. Yeah, he's related to Phoenix. I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? Oh, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Why were you heading to the station? Is he talking in his sleep? Hi, Roy. His name... There's Roy. Oh no, Roy. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. It's a little weird. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, so yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. My policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. Has the noble founding principles of the forest written on a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. Patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all the Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pet. Oh, Rolly. These two are sickening. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. Yo alert. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Was it killer last night? We don't really know, actually. But McGill did, probably.
Hold it!
Alright, so opposite. Rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. Doesn't sound exactly like the victim as pictured in the print. Like Mr. Natsume. I like their matching scarves. I just don't like anything else about them. Oh, the burning omnibus, it was McGill did. The guy we were supposed to defend. He did. It was definitely Zeke's, for sure. You. Okay, so they're certain they didn't see anyone else. Yes, sir! As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is here. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Still maintaining there was no one else around them other than the victim and the attacker. But like, okay, at the beginning of this entire case, they made it seem like there was only the victim and the attacker, and now like the witnesses like straight up just passed them. No, the love letter's just random, like from a book. It's probably from Pat to Mr. Landlord. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed to the floor. And the other went sauntering off, scattered something. What do you mean by that? Caltrops. Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. When we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them. All around the victim lay on the pavement. So he like scattered the books on purpose? Is that what she's implying? Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question. Saw. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes. Top mouth, the snub nose, everything. Wait. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. Suddenly threw his books on the pavement and ran away. Shut up! I know it's a policeman and his wife. It doesn't look like he's aware. Zeeks, you are very beautiful and also very stupid. Please, you should not be here. Please stop talking, Zeeks. You should not be using your brain. Yes, sir. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. I didn't mean to hit X, sorry. Now who's the stupid one? Me and Zeeks belong together. Oh no. Yeah, I know you'd find a contradiction! Oh my god, this is my 4th case! I fucking know I have to find a contradiction! Jesus!
Hold it!
I'm already starting to snap. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. It's co-counsel. He's gonna say something stupid. I'll be like, oh my god, no, dude. It's like, it's that episode of South Park where Cartman gets a girlfriend. I can't remember her name. Or it's like a running gag with a couple episodes, but he's like super lively, and then every time, Wendy? No, it's not Wendy. I don't know. But every time his girlfriend shows up, he's just like, his energy is just super like flatlines. He's just like, hey, yeah. Like that's me with Zeeks. Like I'll be like fine, and then once he starts talking, I'll be like, oh my god, just shut up. That's us. Heidi, thank you. Hey, Heidi. Yeah. I love that. It's like, so good. Yeah, Wendy's the other girl. The other South Park girl. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat and the incident fell under so she could go and report it. As for help from the Bobby on duty, there's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? So he's not even the reporting officer. It was just her. It was just, his name was under it because of her. So I think she's in on it. Oh, please, you're making me blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. Patricia said so. Oh my god, I hit X to make it go by faster. Yeah, like using her as scarf. She could even be the killer. Sorry, I hit X too fast when she was talking because that's her last line. Bro, I could really do with all that dialogue.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Uh-oh. We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Oh my gosh, she's gonna kill him next! Right. Light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace for those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. It is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now could you stop shaking your husband about? Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's how we can tell you for sure, sir, and that it was the little Japanese man we saw. You got something to say? Can't we, darling? What? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Yes, of course. Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember, and I know what I saw. Remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. How would you know? Maybe she works at the bookstore. You dare to question how reliable my testimony is? That will do, Mrs. B. No, it won't do at all. It won't until he's dead. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. If I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Roy will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you'd like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. B. She's crazy. Might that appease you? Yeah, I think she's like, the more she talks, the more suspicious she is. They even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. See, look at this shit. If she kept her mouth shut, there's only 3 books. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. Pictures of the Monsieur somebody. What's it, yearnings? A meal for someone, and the thing means something. I'm sorry, Miss Beats. There were only 3 books. There's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime. There were only 3 books, not 4! Arrest her! Bailiff, come get her. Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. I know what it is. You can't fool me. Sorry. Big old lump of a dead body. The lady's so large her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. So at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're assaulting her size. Poor Olive. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence. It's the fucking receipt, bro. Look. Wait, what's the 3rd one or the 4th one that she mentioned? The Thimmy somethings? Evidence. No, these games are not that. They're like, I'd say they're 20 to 30 hours, but they're longer for me because I actually read the dialogue out loud. But they're not normally this... They're not that long. But Great Ace Attorney Chronicles has 2 games in it, so it's longer than, like, you know, if you just bought one. She's right about the names though, yeah. But what about this 4th book? What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books?
Take that!
Oh. Literally showing receipts. The evidence is right here in the form of this bookshop receipt. Evidence. Sorry, I can't read. From your books? Yes, the receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. Grr. So it cannot be denied. But though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no. No.
Objection!
What, Zeeks? What? It's plainly evident that as your powers of deduction cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? Now what? Oh, here we go with the chalice. What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. Keep in mind that I absolutely love Zeeks, but also screw this guy. The fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah! Oh, here we go. He's psyching me out with that chalice now. Like it's his 4th chalice. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every aspect, except for the book! It wasn't accurate! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. Okay, but it weren't his.
Objection!
They could have planted a 4th book. But what about the photo? Only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 books can be seen in that print. Oh, don't tell me it's like, oh, I have another print, haha. No, not the chalice. Oh, big surprise! Allow me to present another. You asshole! Why don't you just show that earlier? Guys, Zeke's drunk. Get him off the prosecutor stand. He's drunk. Allow me to present another one that shows the victim's hand. Where'd you pull this out of? And it's like, cut? I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. Then why don't they show this one? He really is Byakuya. No. Oh no, and the freaking organ kicked in. Order. There, you see, look at that. Look. Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on that day in question. Mr. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. Picture Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. Meal for someone. Meal for Gibro. In fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? Gentleman paid me a compliment. We'll kick his ass. Flawless set. Patricia's flawless. He wishes he was a Castlevania character. He's not as cool. Well, he's cooler than Simon. He's got that going for him. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. Yeah, what's the name of the 4th book then? Sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. Photograph clearly shows the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. Why were you holding your own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officer at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Oh my god, he even has the evidence. You will submit that to the aforementioned photographic print. Is there anything else you want to show, Seeks? Do you just like have... You have like her wallet? Her mail? Oh my god, the 4th book. Oh, the Lion's Pride. Oh, that's Mr. McGilded. But the landlord's favorite book. Was it burned, like on the corner? Night Weeks. Tostonaga, except now he's my enemy. Yeah, it's not so fun when he's not helping me. I have nothing further to add. Yeah, it was burned on the corner, so that must be the book from the landlord's place. Or maybe like, I don't know why, well, why wouldn't that, or why would they have it? Unless she wanted to go help, or like fix it? She wanted to go fix the book? For the landlord? You see some prize, my learned friend. I don't think she's the mistress. She was like 20. Like, I guess, I don't know. She just doesn't seem like she'd care. Gonna show us that his wine is actually grape juice. Oh my god, like freaking bring me my finest fruit juice. A spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your examination. I'll be right back. I gotta get more tea. The attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection of your cross-examination. I know, I'm sorry I left you on the no music screen. I didn't realize. Futile? I walked right into this. You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat, marry me, Pat. We're already married! So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty. Oh my... When he did that, somebody on my Steam friends list played a game, so it's like he made the alert happen. And it was like in the upper left corner for some reason with this game, instead of the lower right. I was like, perfect timing. I wish you could have seen that, but the overlay doesn't work. Anyway. Or is a decision you have to make it's all too apparent? Morning, Sparksky. How are you? Wait, they didn't even leave you with cellos. You've heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke. Think! What do we do? Raise an objection! Alright, wait, hold on. I'm lost. Let's inspect some things. What is this book? The Lion's Pride. Okay, and it's burned in the corner. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burned. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. Don't worry. We are 7 hours into the case, but the trial is relatively new, so if you are just tuning in, you'll probably be able to catch up very quickly. Just hang out, just join us for the ride. Go Vigil. It's going great. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire? Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? I'm gonna become Rolly. Oliver's gonna be Patricia. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. Afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it would be something I've heard. Wait a minute, The Lion's Pride. That's strange. I think I've heard a book by that name before, and very recently too. Vigil! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Yo, March going. Thank you so much. If you are here, and you just got a surprise gift sub, welcome. Thanks. Thanks, Vigil. 5 submarines. Okay, well that's probably going to matter eventually. Probably not now, though. I have full lives, yeah, I can risk it if I want. But the problem right now is... the jury. But it doesn't really matter, because you can keep changing their opinion. I'll raise an objection. Well, I don't know. Like, that's not gonna hurt me either. Yeah, I really want to play Neo World's Ends with you, but I just don't have time. Fuck, I don't know what I want to do, because I feel like my lives are like blinking in the corner, so I'm like, I feel like one of these is gonna be wrong, but Like, wait and see shouldn't be... Because you're not saying no, you're just saying wait. Raise an objection might be bad. I'm gonna wait and see. I should just keep quiet now and see what happens. Well, it appears the defense has no objection at this juncture, in which case... See, okay, yeah, I figured something like this would happen. Yes, I realized that. You're so right, sorry.
Hold it!
Just makes you do it anyway.
Objection!
Objection! The defense will have to wait. Oh, it does- oh, fuck. That sucks. Oh well. My sapless hesitation. You, sir, are a bastard. You know what? I feel a little honored that he's the one who took life away from my health bar. No, my learned friend, it's over. Last cross-examination was your final chance. You failed. Die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. You insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed, for a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. You are such an asshole! Susato, don't even pay him any mind. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Yes! Look at him standing up for her. It's an Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so... The court will hear you, madam. Save scum, that douche. I know, I'm invested in this too. What if that's... I don't know anything about, like, their future. I just know that Phoenix Wright is a descendant of Ryunosuke. What if that's his mom? Or grandmom? Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Nice, I love Three Houses. I'm glad you like it. Very well, pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Like, literally everything, dude. Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. You believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? What, her? Is it possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for? Judge is sure to ask members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented— I did! I did! Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Well, I'm guessing it's this, because it's new, and we looked at the back. The back is badly burnt.
Take that!
See, the music is still happening. But we got it. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found the victim's hand.
Objection!
We've already discussed the fourth book at length. The what records? Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of court's time, as you well know. Light Michael, Fancy's presenting his own downfall, he can't get over it. Like, did he not think to investigate it? Did he not go like, there's a burn mark on the back of this book. This will surely bring up more questions. I better just throw this out. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afford you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. I did! So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, I don't know. Maybe this? I would ask the court to observe the back of this book in question. The back? What do you? Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? That it's not her book, it's the landlord's. I'm going crazy. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. Yo, pimp. Dude, this case is so fun. Zeke's insulted Susato, but then Naruhodo backed her up. So basically, Ryunosuke is the best person ever. Question how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to, where it originated, the defense has very credible answers! Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with a futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. Your mortal bonds are being slave. No, it's okay, it's okay. So basically, I ship them, yes, absolutely. This guy, however, can go freaking fall in a ditch, but a pretty one. I'd say this is worth a buy, definitely. Oh my god, no, it absolutely is worth a buy because Capcom's gonna look at the sales of this game and consider that when it, for more like Ace Attorney games. And we want more Ace Attorney games, so buy it. Also, pimp, there's a character just like keeps falling asleep, and like his wife is basically like abusing him to stay awake. Oh no, he's hot. Yes, and it is on sale on Green Man Gaming. We're looking to get it on PC. So, okay, Greatest Attorney Chronicles has Greatest Attorney Adventures 1 and 2. 1 and 2, okay? 2 games. And it's $40 for the collection. So, you can tell Capcom is really like, they just want to see how well this sells. Yay, thank you, Cryo. I just wanted to get more of these games. More ports, more new games. They're so fun and creative. Like, they take a courtroom game and make it fun. Like, come on. But anyway. Very well. Play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if a little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. Oh, the sale is over? Oh, that sucks. But they do have a bunch of other games on sale on Greenman Gaming. I have to update that. Yay, I'm glad it's fun to watch. It's just fun to experience. I love these games so much. Oh no, I was only annoyed with the last case because it just fucking kept going. I was just like, it's over. No, I can update it later, Pimp, but thank you. Or you can take out the Greatest Attorney. Or, yeah, you can delete it. Yeah, I can delete it. Yeah, you can do it. I feel like I'm gonna break something if I tab out right now. I was gonna say something and I forgot. Like, I really want to stream all these games because they're so fun. And they're so fun to experience with everyone. But it's just way too much reading. If it had voice acting, absolutely no-brainer. But anyway. Counsel, the defense's response here is very unlikely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? Well, it's John Garadeb.
Take that!
The answer is that this book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. McGilded was in the carriage, that's all we really know. Whoosh, Sir and Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? Look how surprised he is. He's just like, oh my. The trial you had jury duty for? I bet. Whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... All the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is her. None other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Garadeb's wife, I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all of his books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public, you besmirch her without a shred of evidence? Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel? It was a firefight. Fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know? Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Thank you, Starlight. I really need it. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. It was Willem Dafoe. That's Ryunosuke, of course. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title of the subject of this debate. Wow. Oh, dear me. Oh, what? This is risible? All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire? Are you stupid? In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Discord? Yeah, he was stirring his tea with his pipe. He was pretty cool. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flames. Now there's all these like abusive wives in this story. Like she's we haven't seen it, but she is 100% abusive to him. And we've seen the maid / Mrs. Garrett be abusive. So women in this game are either killers or abusive. Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. I don't know about that. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Okay, but they haven't been completely gone. Like, they're still... Yeah, the only nice thing here is Susato, but there's still plenty of time. She's probably gonna beat Ryunosuke in the future. Screen flashed every time she strangled him. Oh man. There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire and scenery books incoming 10 to the dozen. She was throwing them at him. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious. Are you suggesting? Oh, a book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
No, a third. Oh my god, what if she was throwing books and knives at him and then she threw the knife and stabbed the poor victim in the back? Because she aimed for her husband, but it missed. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. You're just thinking that, which would mean a woman is a killer. In the middle of the street? I don't know. Weirder shit's happened in this game. There's no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken, unless it was just open. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. Because there was a fire, so they opened the window, or like Mr. Garrideb opened the window for whatever reason, because there was a fucking fire. Yeah, but like the window has to be open. Like how else would they get the book? So it has to be some way. We'll figure it out. Somewhere there was an open book or an open window. Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. Maybe he opened the window to cry for help. Help! My wife is throwing flaming books at me. Help! Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? Absolutely. So they never opened the window because it's too cold. Yeah, but like that doesn't mean there can't be exceptions though, because there is a fire happening in their apartment. Like if somebody said like, oh, I never open my windows, that means like usually. But in unusual situations like a fire, I feel like that wouldn't count in saying like, oh, we never open our windows. Yeah, or like to air out the smoke, like for some, yeah, like it doesn't have to particularly mean they keep it open. So I wonder if the smoke has anything to do with like the fog. Probably not. It's too cold, let's choke on the smoke instead and suffocate, yeah. That's quite enough. Who's this? Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight? Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance sake? How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging up upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense? I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. She's gonna kill me? You know what, I think she disproves my angle theory if she just ends up being the killer. She is short though, remember I said short And she's woman and short, therefore she could be the killer. Two rights! Yeah, she admitted she's the wife, but like, she's admitting a lot of things right now. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponiese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Bayon. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Well. Would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What's your position, Lord Van Zeeks? Fucking here's the fifth one. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... There it is! Virgil Boot in the chat! If books are your predilection, my learned friends, study them on your own time. The boots! Look, it's the boot! Hell yeah. Is he gonna apologize for throwing his boot on the... This is awkward. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time. That's what I was thinking. Oh my god, seriously, Ryunosuke, me and you were like this right now, buddy. So he wasn't even... He knew he was being rude. He wasn't even gonna apologize for being rude. This is new. This is new. Ahem, in that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You love Zeeks. Yeah, he's the best and also fucking awful at the same time. You will now state your individual decisions regarding your defendant's culpability in the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
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 Arguing in court by banging their boots against each other. That'd just be playing like Street Fighter's footsies the whole time. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now, it's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has a right to another summation examination at this point. I don't know if he's related to him. I don't know if anyone's related to anyone except for Ryunosuke and Phoenix. My god, what round are we on right now? Bum, bum, bum. Alright. My lord! The defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued? Wait, this is part 2 then, right? We didn't get a to be continued before. Does it say? Trial part 1, and now we're on trial part 2 out of I don't know how many. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination. Alright, let's go. I actually like these. This is really fun. Here comes another 4 hours. We're gonna be here until I go full Rolly. What happens first? Rolly? or the case ends. Because I'm betting Rolly for sure. That, okay, either Rolly or me just like absolutely losing my mind when it comes to Zeke's. Because I'm already getting there. This is a full Netflix season. How can you say this game's not worth essentially $20? Because there's 2 games for $40. So much content, there's so many twists. I think I'll lose my mind first. Okay, that's fair. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the courts the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Be looking like Ditto. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation, alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. The knife from the window! Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Because the window was open. Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. It was on fire, and I think you threw more things. Like, where's the knife? It didn't stop at a book. There was more. Yeah, she knows what she did. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pain tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. This poor guy just wants to go home. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. If I press him and they talk about the smoke in the window, then I could probably connect his with hers. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. I know Juror 6 is actually not useless. Oh, hold on. What, that is 6 chalice? No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. I disagree. And the book's on fire. I smart at drinking. I don't think he actually drank it. All he does is fill up his chalice and throw it. He's like a child. If the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued it any other way. That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. This is Clue now. Oh, she's definitely a clue. Oh, we can keep an eye on how she reacts.
Hold it!
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? Every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at that point, the woman was stabbed. This landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fire scrap with his wife or something, you said. He has a sword in court. It's his friend's sword. It's his soul, yes. Point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. They were right above them. More lanky pencil box. I know, isn't it the best? while carrying a sword. If there was some novel alternative explanation of how the victim was stabbed.
Hold it!
The window. So, might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Oh shit, I have to... Oh, it's AD. I have to do this, because left and right on my controller doesn't work. That's great! If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? Oh, it works? Oh, what did it before? Oh, yay, it works now. So why read them in the first place? You see, modern metropolitan rational thinking. What did you say? Okay, she's useless, I think. If the woman's throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
I'm just going through the line. Obviously, number 6 is suspicious, is worth pressing, but may as well do all of them. What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? Prosecutor fell over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm. But there's an exception because there was a fire and there's smoke. Couldn't categorically say that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't. Oh my god, this guy. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window is open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it up himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. I don't know about that. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstandings. Is she actually hitting the guy next to her? Look, abuse! It's not even her husband, she's abusing somebody else. He might just be dodging. Like, I think she's trying, he's dodging. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? Oh, she is hitting him! He doesn't even care! It's almost as though he's used to it. Does his wife beat him too? Oh my god, we have all these abusive wives. This really is an episode of Snapped. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Because he's gonna get beat by his wife. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future's at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. Oh my god. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss. A situation like this cropped up the other day. Was, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Oh, I'm sure you can't. Do you have something to say about it? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged to the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Susato. Must be a way to jog his memory about this.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in the case? Sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Can you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. Aww. Had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Is this some kind of devil worship? Oh, he doesn't know about candles on a cake? Well, he hears about 75 of them. Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames don't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you meant a cold? But how'd you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course. We had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows! The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in a hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. What a spicy combo, I know, right? One of those don't make sense for like 1900. The abused husbands. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was common. Husbands just kept quiet about it because they were like embarrassed. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. I'm gonna demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could attack the young woman on the street. Seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're gonna need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Instead, I need to find contradictions between, I just need a connection. So, oops. If I pit his to his, because that will hopefully, this will hopefully explain that the window can be opened.
Objection!
Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? From a year ago, make the connection that people open their windows to air out smoke from a fire. Yes, Kurgosh. These people are that stupid. It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his window in the middle of winter. Of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then he'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Oh, of course! Oh, he's so cool. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrideb household. Mr. Garrideb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh! What was that, ma'am?
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Juror number 4, do you have something to say about this? She is downing that tea. Wish I could do that. Just snatch the tea away from her. Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's not what we're on about anymore. It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. Just straight up bourbon. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day... Oh shit, I accidentally hit X too fast. I beg your pardon, what are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. I'm The sleep is creeping. Oh, we'll get there, don't worry. Bye, New Japan guy. In a situation like this, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened a window. And what if we did? Then you threw the book out the window! Oh, alright then, yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy since I continue to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house is on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have added to Mrs. Garrett's formal statement. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. Clean forgotten, but it's true.
Hold it!
Fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. She probably didn't even see fire. She just thought it was like part of her rage that it was the fire was consuming her. It's like, it's not real, it's just my rage. The title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett told us he had been reading. Yeah, and then when you run out of books, you go for the knives. And then the cake. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw your husband copy of Lion's Pride that he had been reading? Yes, I did. She owns up to it. No remorse. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why'd you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you instant little man, I didn't remember! Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. Really don't.
Oh boy!
Oh, I barely noticed you were throwing a book, much less the title of it. Did he just remember? He just remembered his story. What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was, that memory I'd block out. Ah. I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. What are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm a scarabit or the maid, I'll have you, or the maid. I'll have you know. Wait. Maybe he's the one who had the knife thrown out his window. Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. Okay, maybe not. I just gotten back home after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole! Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. Here's the knife! But this was 2 weeks ago. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. And that's why the tip's broken. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Okay, so it is her knife. He was just using it as an example. Thank you. Yes, he's right. They can throw knives. Hammers. Star hobo, you mustn't... hobo. Is that the throw? I don't know. I've thrown something out of rage once. And only once. And it was my cell phone. And it broke. And I had to buy a new cell phone, which cost a lot of money. Therefore, I haven't thrown anything out of rage since then, because I know whatever I throw, I'm gonna have to replace, probably. And I murdered somebody with it. You mustn't think that all women are short-tempered and unrefined. No, no, no. I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, the man's words. Or the Susato toss. I know, like... Oh shit! We're basically already married. She already abuses me with the Susato toss. Nice. Nice. Yep. It could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare. Married because of abuse, yeah, absolutely. Women rage will hurl almost anything at you. Kitchen knife really brought that home to me. So should I connect his to hers? My granddad died of an arrow wound from his wife. Yeah, so I think I have to connect. I just don't want to be wrong.
Objection!
So that's wrong.
Hold it!
So then it's number 2 then, yeah. I just know, like, no matter what, we have to bring it back to Mrs. Garadeb. So she's talking about being rational a lot. But I feel like, okay, I would love to connect hers with the knives thing, but I feel like knowing how this game works, just from experience, I feel like that's skipping a couple steps, because this game is very much like, you have to show your work in every possible way. Well, at least for the most part. So like... Only I could say what I want, yeah.
Objection!
Alright, sweet. Clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Yeah, you can only be as smart as the game allows you to be. Exactly. It's like, I don't want to skip any steps, but sometimes it's okay to skip some steps. So I'm like, ugh. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way in the Garrett household to the street below. Eh, what's that now? After all, Mr. Garrett could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? What the fuck? Don't be rude. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of the book came to light... I don't know, emote's so cute, isn't it? Billy made it. Perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. It was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Look at him go, he's so happy to punch. He's got punches and he's got kicks. Alright, Mr. Foreman, try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way is...
Take that!
Jackknife. Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrett. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Oh, fuck, sorry, I hit... Probably you threw it out the window, is my guess. Well, we can find out. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged at the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument? Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window that had been opened and clear the smoke, through which the book sailed to land at the crime scene. You know, honestly though, like, real talk, as much as she's throwing stuff, I'm kind of surprised nothing, like, broke through the window. Like, the fact that she, like, sniped everything through, or, like, sniped anything at him, or, like, just managed to throw it through, like, the window. It's kind of funny to me. Like, she didn't miss. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Those back then were thick. That's true. Power of the lion. Are you saying that it flew out of the window across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. This is no accident. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't understand. Although, wait, no, never mind. Because she did miss. Because the shelves next to the window were all disheveled. So she didn't actually hit him entirely. Oh, that whole thing. We make great detectives. We do. Ah. You guys, I think she's dead. My lord, we killed her. I wish to change my decision. I wound my word after all. Someone else that wasn't her husband? True, yeah. She missed. We got a different target. Yo, he's on our side? Mr. Foreman! I have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. We did it! Oh, congrats, Mr. Naruhodo! So as a result of defense examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. According to the opinion, this court is divided. This trial will continue. As if there was any doubt. Yeah, Juror 6 has no idea what's going on. They're talking about knives and he's just like, what? It's night time? No, I'm not going to sleep. Oh my god, your 7th class. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. What follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? That was done with a short-lived cup. Yeah, that poor cup. The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? I don't know. Dude, he's making shit up. Should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. That's pretty far. Yeah, she's a freaking, she was enraged, okay? She could just whip that. Okay, so that means she picked it up and moved it. Maybe because she wanted to take it home, or she knew who it belonged to. I don't know about the knife though. Yeah, what does this guy know? He thought just like a normal guy was gonna jump 6 feet. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. You know, those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. Okay, legit, what if okay, so she picked up the book. And as she was picking up the book, so the book and knife would have to be next to each other. Let's just say they are. She picked up the book and slipped because the other guy slipped because it's icy. And then she fell on the knife. That's all I can think of happening. Because she picked up the book, which means she was there. And if the knife is also there, and nobody murdered her, like nobody actually stabbed her, the only thing that can happen is that she fell on it. How? I don't know, but I'm sure this game will tell us some weird shit like, oh, the knife slipped on the ice too! And then it pointed up when she fell. Juror number 4, Miss Joan Garabin, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Yes, please. Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror? Well, she's not just a juror, she's clearly, like, a part of this. Like, a juror would be somebody who has no connections or ties to the incident, and she clearly does. So why are they surprised that she should be on the stand?
Objection!
Oh my god. This freaking drama queen over here. And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks. There are already witnesses in the stand who testimony the defense may further cross-examine. Yeah, but this one's more important! This is covered in so much wine and glass. I know, it probably smells so bad in there too. I do like the bottle flip, but he doesn't really do it all that often. It's like the bottle flip and the boot stomp. It's like once per whatever. Yeah, there's fire everywhere. Like this guy over here probably has so much broken glass in his face. Then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before the couple's eyes. No, because I think those two are insane and don't actually know what happened. Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir. He's awake! It's a miracle! Well, good morning, officer. Aw, he told him good morning. You're so polite. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. They're so heroic, those London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. What? Don't worry. We have a theory of what actually went down, so this could help. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London Bobby's good for his word. You see, stop. The windows on the top floor of the Garrett houses are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything would have thrown out the window, we would have seen it. She left the scene to a man who wasn't even fully awake to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Was this quite startling? Top-hinged casement windows. The details on the police report, Constable. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but... What exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you... Cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Sure I can. It looks like sewn. Of course, sorry. I found it! Everything's in this book! It's like the encyclopedia of the world! Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room. Alright, I'll try. I'll think really hard! Oh, I thought of it. Alright, what am I looking for? So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. As it is a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. What about this bottom one? Glad you rectified your ignorance. Casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. Prevents it opening? Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down the pavement below. Right! And then they picked up the book. No. You see the problem then? Good, your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. Sure it can. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. Yeah, what about the bottom one? Because there's clearly a latch on it. Yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again. The court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. It's okay, Ryunosuke, we got this. We have to win. Case has nothing to do.
Hold it!
Then how... Yeah, how? The answer is this. He showed us that before. Patrol the streets of London town, uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. That is why I can't stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you what Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Stop. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I meant. And how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Oof. Oh my god. Surprised reason why Mr. Maris Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to the case. Why? Before I get into that, just one thing. Very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some of the tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. Isn't planning on going back just yet. Only just arrived here. So to that end, be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. I must warn you, you won't be able to get through without shedding a few tears. Okay, buddy. You see, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Did leave the scene to go and fetch help. My trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Saw nothing strange to report. Okay, hold on. This is like... I feel like this guy is saying absolutely nothing. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officers is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for their furtherance of community relations. Any crime falls under jurisdiction of the beat in which they're discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist the initial investigation and help detectives. But he wasn't even awake for that, so... what? But then she left?
Hold it!
They're stowing along, gazing at the night sky, looking for your lucky star. Aww. Sorry? Star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can it guide you to answer the question? The flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us. It would have lit up like a shooting star. If I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said 3 times at least. Of course, with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, is correct, sir. Shows the night sky in London. Starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Did leave the scene to go and fetch help. My trusty Roller was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
So, but she's gone and he's asleep. You went to the nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. Yeah, they saw. I don't believe anything they say. Like, they're like 2 of the dumbest people, probably. Well, it's like, it's night, there's fog. They probably weren't even paying much attention to anything other than themselves anyway. Okay, she sort of got a little lost on the way. In their own fantasy RPG. Look at them. Oh, please. 15 minutes? Okay, so he's off duty.
Hold it!
Didn't take his eyes off the crime scene for 1 minute. Could it be different copy? Yeah, what are the chances that 2 copies of Lion's Pride are burned? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? You can see from the photographic print she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sa. The book was in the lady's hand from the month we arrived at the scene. Sa. That's so sa. There's something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. 2 mysteries. How the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. Yeah, like, we need to get her. I'm so happy I can fool you that I'm full of energy for after 9 hours, because I am beat. My voice is beat. It's so tired. Which is why I'm not reading so much right now. Just the important stuff. I'm beat. So wait, it doesn't say... Like, that's really not that far. Maybe, like, the wind took it. Wait, okay, but Roly Beat was the reporting officer. But what's her name? They said that she went off to go get someone, right? Thanks, Cryo. Yeah, but that doesn't explain the knife. Like, how'd the knife move to her? Or with her? See, I don't think... Okay, if anything would have been thrown out the window, they would have seen it. Unless it happened before. Like, what if things were already on the ground? Or, Olive already picked them up? Well, she's in a coma, or whatever. Yeah, she's still in a coma, so she can't provide a statement. Well, no, because she picked up the book, but, like, where she got stabbed is, like, far away from the window, is what they're saying. So it couldn't have just dropped down. It'd have to be, like, moved. We're about to show it. Yeah, so that's where the window is. And then the murder was across the street. Or stabbing. Yeah, I'm still going. Oh, why would you have any idea what sort of windows they have? Oh, well, Saw, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, miss. Why'd you laugh? You have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry. So he said he helped with the investigation. She laughed. But he was supposed to be the reporting officer. I feel like that's kind of muddled, because she called somebody else for help. So, like, who actually reported it? Did he actually see anything? I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky, what do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We're just so lucky it didn't happen on Roly's beat. It was so close. But he's the reporting officer! He's falling asleep. That's Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Roly's beat and the next one. Okay, but he's the reporting officer. Hotel officers expect to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the forensic community relations. Any crime falling under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation, help detectives. So it wasn't on his beat. Okay, so who's the actual policeman then? Whose beat were we in? It's a boundary. Constable beat. Oh yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out the interviewing the occupants of the guard Deb household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, so... I thought it was on the border, or the boundary. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. Is it or is it not on your beat? The Deb household is on your beat. Does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garadeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see, I was unaware of that. So why did she ask for somebody else to help? Just think if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Road. We would never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. That's the life of Bobby, after all. I'm confused. Oh my god, I've... Extraordinary life. Oops. Pavement where the victim was found lies just outside his beat, but the border of which runs down the middle... Oh, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. So, it wasn't... They said it's in his beat, but now it's saying it's outside his beat? I'm just confused as to, like, what the fuck they're talking about. I feel like I'm hearing two different things. Can I ask you something, Mr. Lawyer? She's gonna give me evidence now. Anytime she does this. Where the body was found as his beat? No, I know, it's like split in the middle. But they said it's just outside his beat. And then they also said that it's in his beat in one of the statements. So that's what I was confused about. It's like, is it in his beat or is it not? Like the part where she... The part where she, got stabbed. She's just gonna add more things for me to... She got lost for like 15 minutes. Yeah, he definitely like fell asleep or something. Because she got lost for who knows how long.
Hold it!
Bye alert. So they claim they saw her as she fell. She could have just slipped on ice and hurt herself. Like, she could have picked up everything. She could have just picked up the knife and the book, walked away, and then slipped, and then they would have seen her fall. And so Mr. Natsume, who was behind her, who has nothing to do with it, probably threw his books because he got scared, and then ran off.
Hold it!
And then she left the scene to get another officer. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. So it was not on his beat. Confirmed. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost. He was at the scene the whole time, make sure nothing was disturbed. But he definitely fell asleep. He's off duty at the time, of course, but true body never leaves off duty. When I saw my eyes never let me down, says the direction is a little off sometimes. Aha! That's what I was hoping was gonna happen. Sometimes you have to go through them twice. Okay, wait, what did she say that made him freak out? I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross, and then he's freaking out. Look, he's falling asleep. Eh? She is insane. No problem, sir. No problem. Bum 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 na 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 na. I get more tea. How you doing, Angry? Yeah, I am up very late. It's 3 a.m. They were walking from the flat, the knife fell from the Rolly's hat, bounced off, stabbing the victim. That's a possibility too. Just got stuck on something. I feel like they were too far from the bodies. Miss B lost her way on the night of the incident. Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. This is horrible, I know. She was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I should be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? It was a bouquet? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. Saved up for with our farthings and hot pennies and found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. Totally. 3 a.m. Forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Ah. Mm. Ah. Oh, yes. But that was just between us. Not talking about to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. We have to ask Miss Speed about the bouquet! Yes, let's. So it's a secret bouquet. He is so lucky he didn't say anything. You dropped your bouquet and ended up losing your way for a while.
Hold it!
Oh my god, so this is the bouquet she was holding? It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. It was in a dark spot. Then you went to the police box to report to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable. It's like 15 minutes later. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. Rolly, did you move the body? In case you need reminding, Miss Speed, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Oh shit! He moved the body because he didn't want to deal with it. So he put it on somebody else's beat because she's not gonna know whose beat is whose. Yeah, he didn't want to deal with the paperwork. So Rolly possibly moved a body because he didn't want... But he's still the reporting officer and he has to help with the investigation. But maybe he just didn't want to deal with it. That's why silly me had gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm gonna blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there. I really can't. Yeah, or she got up and moved, but... Well, because maybe he fell asleep, and then she just moved on her own, but... So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar's Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Yeah, which means she could have been under the window when all that stuff fell. Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. Beautiful rose Rolly brought me. That changed from the gutter you spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Zeeks, don't be an asshole. He found gutter pennies to buy that. Oh yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly brought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Oh, look at... They're trying to be, like, optimistic and positive. Being like, oh, it's a lovely bouquet, even if it is just a flower. And everyone's just trying to down... You know what, Rolly? You don't deserve this. Okay, Rolly, you're amazing. That's a lovely bouquet that you bought for your wife. I'm Team Rolly. According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garib households. He's trying. And from the Garib household, yes, that's where the body got struck first. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yeah, so that's why... So he forgot about it because it was hidden on the street lamps. Like, the guy's just overworked. He wanted to buy a nice thing for... You know what? Wait a minute, though. If he works that much, why is he worrying about getting, like, pennies to buy something? He tampered with the crime scene, but he's a good guy. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Could I have it back now, please? I think it's for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. There's probably something on the rose that It's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Mrs. Beat. Overworked and underpaid. What a guy. Okay, so now if we look at the flower, okay, there's either gonna be like piece of the knife in it, or like part of it is gonna be burned or some shit. An English rose, such a beautiful flower. He only knows 3 blossoms. Okay, maybe not. I feel like if there's something super incriminating on here, we would know like right away. There's fish and chips. Oh, it's in a newspaper. Okay, maybe there's nothing special here. Present for Patricia B. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. Okay, so that all that says to me is that she saw as the knife and the book fell from the window. She saw her get stabbed from the window. She dropped her flower right there. Okay, I feel like I should link that to the flower now. Hold on, does the flower say where she found it? Shit, it doesn't. It doesn't specifically. I know. I wish they had check marks for complete stuff. If there's anything else extraordinary in here, check it, untie it. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mr. Garrett. I feel like I should present this, but usually if you present it, it's because it'd be like, hey, they found it under their desk, under their window or whatever. Yeah, same. I feel like I know what happened. The 4th book had no business being at the scene of the crime. Made me sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us, but it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us. And it's Rolly. I think it may have already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time it's gonna expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. See, I wanna present the flower in this case, because that's where the flower was. Ugh, I just don't know. I just don't want to get it wrong. I don't know what else I could do. I'll be right back. I need to refill my tea. Oh my god. I think when I wake up later today, I'm gonna not have a voice. I'm back. I got my tea. I can't show the flower too, Rolly. I have to show it in a statement. Angrius, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. I appreciate the support at a time like this. Pay myself overtime. I wish Twitch worked that way. He should. I have my sushi blank. Alright, hold on. What do I have again? Were the last thing? Okay, so hold on. The bouquet's new and the upgraded.
Jackpot.
Oh, jackpot. Oh, thanks, Pim. 200 bits of overtime. I'll take it. Thank you. No, I'm running out. I have so many fries left, though. But I'm running out. It did seem like it was endless, though. Every time I look over, I'm like, there's more. Thank you, Warpo, to the gifts up to XBB. Thank you. Play Ace Attorney at 3 a.m. Dude, not just any 3 a.m. I had quite the day, and I started my stream really late at like 6 p.m. or something. When lately I've been starting at like 2 or 3 p.m. Eastern. Started at 6, and I had a very annoying day, and now I'm here almost 10 hours later. I think so, ambulance. When I first played Ace Attorney, I wanted to be a lawyer. I was like, this is fun. Okay, so hers is on the east side. That's where they found her. But, just there. Yeah, okay, so they found, yeah, that's 100% what's happening. They moved the body. I just don't know. People who grew up with the trauma center became doctors because of it. You know, I've never played Trauma Center. Is that next? More like a detective in Ace Attorney. I do like detective games. Imagine if they were, like, even people being this wacky IRL. No problem, Poncho. I understand how annoying troubleshooting is. Oh, that's cool, portals. I don't know if I have a conundrum right now. I'm just trying to decide what I have to do, because we got the bouquet, which is new. I think I have to prove... I just have to prove, okay, maybe it's not my next step, but I eventually have to prove that the bouquet was found under the Garibaldis or whatever. And that's where they were actually happen. No more fixed camera angles. Oh, and like, don't get me started on quick turn. You play with the fan translation? You know, I never even thought of doing that in the past, because I knew these games existed in Japan only, and I was always like, womp womp, I can't play them. I never even once thought of a fan translation. Where do you get the flower? He bought it for her. I don't know where he bought it. See this? Okay, the first statement, it's either the first or the last statement, because the first statement, if I present the flowers, it's like, I'm kind of linking that to the Gariads, but That might be skipping a couple steps. Connecting to this one would at least prove that something's up with the crime scene, because she said that the bouquet is not where she left it, which means something's off. So it's either the first or the last statement, I think. He bought it. Oh yeah, he bought it with garbage pennies, but we don't know like where. Oh, he's so sweet. Good morning, Neb.
Objection!
Yes. You claim Constable Beat there is nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. That cannot be. But we got toned down in this, really? Oh god. Because I feel this is pretty bad with the racism. I'm kind of glad they toned it down, but now I'm curious to see what like the literal translations are. Thank you, Red Artist, for the 3 months. Woohoo! What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back to the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat. This game's great. Can't imagine must wear. Yeah, like not even just Zeke's, like everyone. The bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager? Is that a weird way of saying meager? Bouquet, if a single starry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Stop being so mean, God. The Night Owl. They strip you slurs. I wonder if that is that the reason why these didn't get localized earlier? Because they were like scared to try to translate it. Zeke's, please, it's your bouquet. Yeah, seriously, dude. Meager?
Objection!
Objection. But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the facts? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Because it was moved. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. His honor's at risk. The Garadeb's copy of Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Miss Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street, but in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side in front of the Mr. and Mrs. Garrett B's house. Night Courage. I will. Oh yeah, mobile on Twitch can be so bad. There's no logical explanation for these things. Unless somebody deliberately moved them. I wonder who it is, Rolly. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Scrawny? Way too much thingy for this late in the night. It's not because it's late in the night, it's just because I've been streaming for 10 hours. So it's just that. 4 a.m. That's nothing. 10-hour stream though? Yikes. Oh good, Miss Garadeb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Garadeb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, 10-hour case. Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had a cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Rolly! Is there someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening? All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying? It's Rolly! I'm sorry, Rolly.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly beat. It was you. What? A policeman? Oh, a member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense. Why would my Rolly do something like that? Because he's overworked and he's tired. There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. That was true. Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Look, like, she's just weakened at Bernie's-ing him. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Alright, well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, but now you incriminate a policeman as well? Yes. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime, to hide something. That's right, he's right. With my husband, I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Have you managed to solve this mystery? It's because he's tired! Naruto. Oh no. You're mistaken. I'm sure you not need to point out their reputation. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. I mean, it would be this, because, yeah, where the victim fell is like, oh, here we go, I gotta do my job. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? Rolly's like, oh shit. Nah, he's asleep. He doesn't know what's happening. He's having weird nightmares. What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody's been led to believe. But in fact, That isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? Beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial would end, Council. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing the crime actually took place that evening? Zeeks, are you stupid? Have you also been awake for 10 hours in stream? It'd be like right here, right?
Take that!
Oh, that general direction. But that's on the opposite side of the road? Wait, is it one scarf? I didn't see. On the evening in question? Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Miss B, never moved at all. What did you move? Oh, what did move was the scene of the crime itself. Yeah, when they see it from behind again. Oh, it is! That's sickening. Kind of cute. She has him on a leash. That's what it is. She has a leash disguised as a scarf. Zeke's has just been drinking too much. Okay, so Rolly is asleep. He doesn't know what's going on. Zeke's is wasted. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Like, the only one working here is Naruhodo. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. These witnesses both saw a moment the attack took place. They're like, what? He's slurring. So I have to argue both sides of the case. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. No. In our headcanon, Zeke's is like chugging it when the camera's not on him. Yo, another short stream, yeah. 10 hours, haha. When he saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. Can't have been. I don't know what's going on either. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in the print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of the Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Oh, look who's sober enough to speak. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no lights. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? And here comes the... Oh shit, I thought we were gonna get an objection from the drunken idiot. Constable Roy Beat. Roy's just gonna wake up, like, act like he's not asleep. He's like, well, you got me. Look at- oh. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? He's getting more hammered, yeah. Hi, Emerald. I know. Look what's happening. I can't wait for Zeeks to drunkenly demand something that we, like, picked on earlier. It's like, wait, who's the victim? Who's being accused? I don't know what's going on. I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I haven't slept in 5 years. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Eat shit, Zeeks! Only it seems... it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order? What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? She's still, like, in love. Living a corpse is so... criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one, too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of the Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. Oh, well, he's sorry. That's cool. I have a possible explanation. Zeeks is about to throw up. He's had too much. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman? And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. What if... poor Rolly. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear extraordinary young lawyer's theory. I wanted to come back to Zeeks and he just mentioned something from like the second hour of the trial. God, what's something... the book is burned! Like, just something like that. There was a fire? Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. What about the lion? He's gonna barf defensively, just projectile vomit. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. Should I show him his, like, code where he's always has to work? I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. Because he's tired! Oh shit, I almost spammed. Level 8 wouldn't have mattered to examine. I mean, it would have to be this, because... it clearly says that he's overworked.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on the beat in all kinds of ways. He's just like slumped over the desk like, so you guys wanna go to Denny's after this? I got some bread. You just soak up all the alcohol. Oh my god, man, thinking of Zeeks is just like, this alcoholic is really funny now. Damn it. With Wesker and Virgil. Aw, the trio. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? My thoughts are that this game's great. Hey, Judge! Judge, they only keep pancakes. Did you know that? Let's go. Sir, we are in the middle of a trial right now, please. Oh, I'm sorry. And he tries to sit down in a chair that doesn't exist, and then he falls. And then he stands up and he's just like, well, are you okay? To the judge, even though he's the one that fell. Just like Ross. On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Bia worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. And was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Oh shit, the organs. 3 middle-aged, tired, scowling men. Aww, I support that. Wait, how old is Van Zeeks? Eh, he's middle-aged, screw it. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of him, what must have gone through the man's mind? He's like, I'm gonna have to work. But just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Oh, that's so nice. 32. Close enough. Miss Beat puts up with a lot of being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Rolly is so sweet. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Just admit it, dude. Yes, thank you. Yeah, when cellos and the organs kick in is when things get serious. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, there's no need for you to summarize, dude. The incident actually occurred on the Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying. What that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation. Morning, Toasty. How are you? Why here? Why did this have to happen here? So going off 10 hours. And why tonight of all nights? Why? So dramatic. It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. Oh, 99% of it, probably. Voice at the end of the stream. It's probably the same. I feel like I was dead on purpose earlier in the stream, just so I could, like, rest it for the rest of the stream. I should compare my voice to the beginning of the first case. When I was like, hey, I'm Ryunosuke! And now I'm like, hey, I'm Ryunosuke. It's just so different. That's what I should be comparing. I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty here. And it was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. 'Tis the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police that covers it, turn right along Mearsham Street, and then... Oh, he knew. I'm gonna throw up. I can relate to him right now, like Rolly. I'm sorry. He just wanted a day off. Really? Like, I'm so sorry. It's okay, Rolly. Oh, Constable. Thanks, what is it, man? I just wanted that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beats, your evening of celebration would be ruined. Yeah, Billy. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Hi, Colin! Thank you for the raid! Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. We are 10 hours into the stream. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring Beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon. How you doing, Colin? Hello, Chisa 2 Ocean. Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor man on the freezing cold pavement. So much. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. Maybe she shouldn't have dropped it. Yo, Candy. Stream's going great. This case, though, I really like this case, though. I think it's my favorite one so far, but it's just really long. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. Can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. Hi, Bach. We have a Virgil boot slam, like Van Zeek's. Oliver slamming and Virgil's booting. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garib household. Kicking my head. Your least favorite case in the collection? I really like it. I think my least favorite one is the one I did last night. The one with McGilded. I don't like that one. So far, though. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? I do think this one's really easy, though. Like, I'm used to the old G Phoenix Strike games. Like, I played them on DS. And I feel like by case 4 they were really hard. But I feel like they've all been very easy. Like, I've only got stumped maybe like a couple times because I was either overthinking it or I just didn't do the thing I was supposed to do. Yeah, it's good so far now. When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? I know, that's very opposite. I like you like the third I hated and vice versa. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride? Probably not, Fibretro. I love them, I would love to, but because they're not voice acted, I can't go through this all the time. It's just like way too hard. Maybe like slowly throughout my life, but not ever marathon it. We'll see. This is why it's really hard to play games that have a lot of dialogue that's not voice acted. It's just like way too strenuous. No doubt about it, Sa. Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated. Okay. There's not even that much talking in Final Fantasy, though. Compared to this? Jesus. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There's only 2 people at the— like, I feel like I'm reading an entire novel out loud. It's so long. Like, hey guys, did you think you'd come here and listen to me reading like a 900-page audiobook? Yeah, an actual novel's worth. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I don't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Is he conceding? This guy just wants to go throw open a toilet so bad. He's just like willing to concede so he can take a break. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Prosecutor will become my rollie. What will happen to him? Ryonosuke, hold my hair back. It's like reaching for him, like, hold my hair. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at her for coming home late. I mean, it's her fault for dropping the rose, to be honest. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. He's definitely the least noisiest. Where is he? Imitate me? Yeah, he mocks me. One last thing, Constable. Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. He's telling him that next time you're gonna move a body, make sure you move everything. Zeeks, you freak. Carve that lesson in your mind. He's gonna tell him again. Never again make the same mistake of tampering with the scene of crime. And getting pieces wrong. Never again? Sir, you mean to say? Leave, now. Trial's not yet over. Sir. As an experienced killer, he's giving him freaking tips. Quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I don't know what Zeus is gonna do after this, but maybe he felt for him because he is overworking himself. That the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. The frickin' Gyarados. Please, let me just fricking... Very well. Name the person, if you will, if further investigation is warranted. Prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. The other person who could have perpetuated the crime. Wait, is this when I do them? Because yeah, no, now it like confirms that it's from their window.
Take that!
So they have no choice but to be on trial now. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? Oh my god, this game's never gonna end! Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection.
That request has already been denied. But that was then? This is now? No, this is the 4th one. But I think we only have like... I think it's gonna end soon. Bach, this has been the longest one by far. But I think it's gonna end soon. Mr. Gyarados, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? Pretty sure it could be wrong. It's been a while. That's fine. Never mind. I mean, they have to be the last one, so I'm really not expecting that to be too long. Unless there's like a trillion twists and turns. You threw the book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open, top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So let me ask you one more time, Miss Scared Deb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh. I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I pick up and threw at my husband? And anyway, this man over here and all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, did he? But you're a fucking, like, you're in cahoots with this. You're not just a jury. Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
Oh my god, Zeeks, what? No! I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Wait, what? Is he gonna- oh my god. Zeeks, you're wasted. You don't know what you're saying anymore. Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. You know something about this knife, madam. Let the truth come out. Why is he, like, on my side now? Even Zeeks wants this to be done with. But that's just a common garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Gardebeb? Wait, what is she? Wait, why are people freaking out? Now you listen to me! I refuse to believe all this nonsense. Zeeks is over this. Like, we're all over it. He's so drunk he thinks he's the defense now. I couldn't- No, like, he has an entire redemption arc. Like, he let the Bobby go and not quit his- or fire him, and now he wants justice. What is this? I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injure someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw the knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? She's hurting, like, her husband, juror number 5 and everything. Oh god. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. What the fuck are you doing, Zeeks? Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm gonna have to testify? Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. She wants justice? This is so weird. This is almost like a team-up. I feel kind of bad for Joan now. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truth being unearthed. Truth of which being witnessed. Yeah, blah, blah. Oh, dearie me. He's just like, I'm convinced he just had too much to drink. Next time it cuts to Ryunosuke, Zeeks will be next to him. I'll be like, dude, what are you doing? You're supposed to be on the other side. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Yeah, it's a woman again, by the way. It's always a woman. It's such a strange feeling. Guys, I think Zeeks likes us. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. Oh, look at him. I'm here in the Old Bailey and I'm a lawyer. Oh, I'm so proud of him. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. He's a real lawyer now. God, that emote is so freaking cute, the punch. Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household in the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. What? Ah! She's got an assist! Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. This is just like a couples episode. First it's Rolly and his wife, now the Garadebs. Was it only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? What about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. Aww. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. God, I don't even remember how to do an accent with them anymore. Garibaldi's. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb? Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. Quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse in the day in question? Ah, well, yes. Him, quite. Music is nice. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. And Ryunosuke and Z. Yeah, all the couples. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events of that night. Oh my god, this is gonna be I thought we were gonna get it to be continued or something. The Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon headed out, though, and got to the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Well, that's it? Just like 3 lines? Sounds as though it's quite the battlefield. Though entirely one-sided assault, it seems. Did you just call him out being weak? The enemy caught us on a hop, sir. I had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. Yeah, the sun and moon motif is nice. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they've testified already. This may be a dead end. He fucking wishes the dead end. Van Zeeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. I'll probably still stream today. I kind of want to take Sunday off. I don't know, we'll see. I plan to stream later today, though, to finish the last... Is the last case as long as this one? Past experience battling the Belmonts. Battle of Garadeb. Yeah, so on the day you're referring to— oh, that was 5 lines? It did not feel like 5 lines. It felt like 3. It's much longer? Okay, then that means 5 will have to be a 2-parter. Like a 2-part stream thing. So we could do the investigation one day, and then we could do the trial the next day. If that's how it is. Alright. Yes, on the day you're referring—
Hold it!
the reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of the book belonging to Mr. Garadeb. Rather passionate note, in fact. But Mr. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. Besides, half of it what was wide of the mark anyway. Five's trials? Okay, so that's good to know, thank you. I would die and my voice would die if I did a 20-hour stream of just this game. I mean, we're already halfway there. I know my voice is sounding raspy. I'm gonna wake up without a voice. The only way I'm not streaming tomorrow is if I wake up without a voice. Let's just put it that way. A likely story. These waters run very deep. And what's transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, got the window open. Thanks, Toasty. And by tomorrow, I mean today, yes. Saturday. And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. Ew. Oh my god, text-to-speech would be pretty funny. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Yeah, I can voice Ash without even trying soon. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. Yikes. The lodges are always moaning that they can't get any water at nights. Although, that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He obviously very well off. Yeah, bottled waters in the 1900s was kind of threw me off. I was like, really? You actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire? As far as I'm concerned at the time. It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When the woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of Susato Takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How'd she know I was thinking that? How'd she know? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel like I must point out that I'm no monster. Let's me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin. Yes.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb. Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles this old thing launched in my direction was so much more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and that fire poker I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every yarg. Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me, ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. I'm not going for any storms. I want to finish this case. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened? Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. Like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. Ah, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? Oh, you see that twirl? I wonder what she should make of this account. I don't know, everything could be important. Defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be great significance.
Objection!
Oh, shut up. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife. And pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to a formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. I know he's just here to he reads like word of the day. And he just wants to use them all. Oh god, my eye. Oh dearie me, there you are again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Apparently fell with floor domestic dispute. He had broke it. Alright, sweet. Zeeks, please. Alright, let's investigate the pipe. Oh, it is. Oh, is that the tip from the knife? What's it doing in the pipe? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Oh my god, just take it. It's a tiny fragment. Oh, shit. So sorry, stay with that bandage around it. So what does that mean? Like, so did she throw the knife and it like into the pipe and then its tip broke off and then flew out the window or some shit? He's been smoking the edge of a knife through his broken pipe for like freaking 10 hours. Alright, I'm gonna assume that's all we have. Small piece of metal looks like it might be a tip of a knife blade. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garibaldi's pipe. Yes, we should investigate another piece of evidence again. They're all stupid. Imagine being like, is this a tip of the knife? Oh, look here, just the tip. It's missing. Missing. Oh my god, it's a perfect fit! Oh, I thought they were gonna add it. Alright, well, we have new evidence now. You tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? That bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours. You have a job proving it. Okay, wait. Do I show the knife or the... Should I show the knife? Well, it would have to be the knife, and then I would show that.
Objection!
Okay, I was supposed to show the tip. Just the tip, haha. I just don't know if it meant, like, if I show them the knife, and then it leads into being like, well, we found the tip.
Objection!
You know? It's like, I know the answer, but it's like, I don't exactly know what the game wants from me all the time. But... yeah, where's our evidence crafting menu? Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D. And a P from a Q, to be honest. Poor guy. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. Hi, Cloud. Call that evidence. I don't like... I feel like I don't have a lot of evidence in this game, like, ever. You must very does he? Oh, I understand. What is that? Very.
I can't believe... what the hell is this place anyway?
He's channeling Barry right now. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garibaldi's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it was in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal would unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Oh my gosh, she's standing on a box! I didn't even notice that. That is so funny. She's that short. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the blah blah blah.
Take that!
This is the knife. So maybe she is that small in the photo, but she didn't look that small when she was standing next to him. It's the whole Mike and Jay joke. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
She's sitting on a box too, maybe. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber at Mr. Garadeb's pipe. It's the organs. Oh! Oh! His heart stopped. Good grief, Lord Van Zykes. I don't believe it. Are you okay? Is it heartburn from all the alcohol? The knife from the crime. Oh no, the headache's kicking in. He's feeling the hangover. The knife from the crime scene is fragment of metal. Our perfect match. Good golly gosh. Oh, I didn't realize his robe was also burned. Oh my god, I love the attention to detail. Order? Is this some kind of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle. So Van Zieks has figured it all out, has he? Council explains extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. I have to clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. Would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh shit, they're sweating. Oh dearie me. During the argument between the two that occurred, just as the victim was on the pavement below, Miss Garrideb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrideb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off. Of course! Good lord. This Kokoro can't take it. And that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. So you're telling me there's a chance. And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Snare predicted like 4 hours ago. Almost. Just with like the... I had my details wrong, but yeah. I had the whole knife through the window thing figured out like when we were still investigating. Then after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. Ah. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrideb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back of the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no! His clothes are burned.
Objection!
Oh shit. Oh shit. You're drinking again? Oh my god. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. Complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. One more for the road. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sure. I'm sorry? Oh, yo, I'd go to Van Zieks. But after all, it's just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. He's flirting. Because you see... The boot! It's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency! Get the boots! The boots! What? Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself! What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah! That's right, you silly little man! Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. Yeah, exactly! She picked up the book! I did call this scenario. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. It's because she was reaching for the book! I called this! You know, I did also call that she fell on the knife, but, you know, we've all been wrong before. Order? Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, he's lost for... No, this is easy. Yeah, just prolong the trial, just to get him super wasted. It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Bye, Kiltano. Have a good night. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Not like this. The book! The book! We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. That's not true! Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and our theory will stand. Mr. Sato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard. That's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information I need! Oh my god, is it? It's always in my court record, I know! Tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Go drink some more. This inconsistency doesn't mean... What? Oh shit, our eyes open. Let's go. Yes! The knife fell on the victim from above. There's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency, that can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. I already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. Okay, is this it? Is this it? Is this the last one? This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence is... the fourth book.
Take that!
The fourth book found at the scene is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Nah, this is the end of this case. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Because that's how he found it. When he had to move it, he had to recreate the same scene. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place the book in the victim's hands? Oh, well, so that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, when did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garabed household to the pavement. Precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, we know! We knew this like 80 years ago. What would you do if you're walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine, but I suppose she might have reached down. Oh, look at her. And picked the book up. Yes! It's exactly what the woman did did. She picked up the book. Wow. Oh, heavens. And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? Oh my god, you don't say! That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless? Then the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. At the same time, walking by chance, directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, who just legit got scared and ran off. Well, I never. It appears to Mr. Natsume. Alright, to remake knife damage, right? Well, I guess she just passed out. She's still alive. That the woman simply collapsed on the floor in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. Moral of the story is don't throw books and knives at your spouse. Hopefully Olive's okay. This was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind the case. Eat shit. I'll do one of these. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wonder if perhaps it might have even been like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garrett. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? He's like, yes, get arrested so you don't abuse me anymore. I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. Aww, Olive would be so inspirational. John, dear. It's all right, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. Aww. I'm sorry. Aww. No, he caught her. Even though he has a bad knee and everything. Aww. I think... Who needs marriage counseling? Just go through trial together. Look at them, their love being rekindled. Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mr. Garrideb? Mrs. She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she'll recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. You were worried about Mrs. Garrideb? Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she'll regain consciousness soon. Yay! Bye, Angry. I know, I can't wait to sleep. It's strange, we've been talking about this victim this time, but we never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Oh, look who it is. What's your verdict? On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I'd like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. Yeah, I came to study and everyone was mean. Except, especially you. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion? I was sure that woman was dead. Suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. Can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog like they're haunting me. Poor Saseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. That's what had happened. Oh my god, I would love to see him in Silent Hill. Thought the young woman had been taken by the fox spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and ran away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. For that, I'm truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. Thanks to Lord Van Zeeks, our young lawyer here from the east. That chain has now been broken, the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Just say it's not guilty and let me save my game so I can go to sleep. This has been... I want to just like whip my blanket like it's his cape. Oh shit, we're good. Chosen, I'm trying not to be. Now, this is a very long case. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding... Surprise. The foreman of this jury, I assure you we reached a fair conclusion. Oh, I didn't suspect the woman at all. Oh my god, he took over her seat. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Obviously. Almost a disaster for the cape whip. I just almost knocked over Oliver's treats and it was spilled everywhere. But admit it was cool, the cape whip. That guy can finally go home. I'll say I have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Nice logos. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I'm glad people were able to stay up. I'm so eager to sleep though. Oh shit. Bye, Chosen. Over the power button. Not wrong.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's his voice?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. This is how I can voice act, just by mimicking voices. Look how explosive the not guilty is. I love it. Very well, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. We did it. Alright, let me save my game. I want to get out of here. Yeah, the confetti's nice. I just want to save my game. Oh yeah, they shoot fireworks off in the courtroom. Clowns. Thanks, Cryo. Yeah, I really like this case, like I said. I'm excited for... Okay, I think I'm just gonna do a short stream on Saturday and not do this again, just so I can like still stream but also rest my voice, because I can't do all this tomorrow. I really need to chill for a bit, so maybe I'll start on Sunday or Monday, or do case 5 on Sunday or Monday. So I think I'll just play Samurai Warriors tomorrow. No, you, Cloud. So Samurai Warriors 5, and yeah, and then yeah. He's gonna go on a drunken tangent. I know, please don't go on a drunken tangent right now, Zeeks. I really just want to sleep. Just do it on Sunday. Yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. Make the case parts on back-to-back days? Yeah, like, it'd be nice to, not split it up between days as well, because I'd, like, forget all the evidence that I found. Transported 2 tears! Thank you, councils. Court is adjourned. I'm excited to play Samurai Warriors again, though. Yay! Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? Who bet 10 hours? Should we place bets on the next streams? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire, name has become rather short, hasn't it? Yay, no tech issues. That's always nice. What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last. I'm free, I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. Pity, hardly, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Oh, he's dabbing. Look, you did it! You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman was no way your fault after all. Just glad everyone can see now. Kazuma would be so proud of us, though. That's what's important. Thanks for chilling. Have a good night. I'm so eager to leave. Just let me. I mean, I could save anytime I want, but I just want the case to end and have a nice fresh save. I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, I see towering brick buildings. From high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh, I can't read anymore. My throat hurts so bad. Thanks, Pigeon. I did it. Yes. We only have one more case to go. And then we move on to Great Ace Adventures 2. And then we have 5 more cases to go. Yay! We're not even halfway done. Behold the best barrister ever born. The Super Trooper? Oh, Shelves! I was expecting you to be here at the end. Oh, this is so worth it. I'll apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you! I see I am here not in a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto. I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. I showed up late. What? No, then my haste was in vain. Ark, it's you, Herlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir? I can say, well, thank you. It's gonna be quite the journey once it's over, and I would be so sad. Bye, Invalid, thank you. This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounter had taken place in the gloom. Either of you break lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the lights. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh, he's right. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I love Sholmes so much. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? He completely turned that around. Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. There is no bright side. He's a treasure. I wonder the same thing, Synbios. Like, this has to be an X. I'm built different. Listen, these cases are just really long. I can't I can't let this man be guilty is all. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Oh shit, that's right! Now Zix is gonna kill him! No, you will not touch Soseki. Lord Van Zeeks, I've forgotten, you know, facing the man in court means... And if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! You'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. Reaper appears trying to make trouble. I will protect you. Hiya! What? Why is it my fault? The perfectly executed Susato takedown. Oh my god, the abuse doesn't end. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time. Miss Susato. I miss Sheriff Sholmes. They really are just a married couple. Going back to Japan? It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I can't read this out loud anymore. I got really excited to read Sholmes and now I'm like... Can't do it. Oh, he's still here though. Oh, and perhaps less veiled terms. You wish to withdraw halfway around the world. Skip the tear of the Reaper's curse. Yes, please. I really want him to go home. I don't want Zeeks to get him. That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more a strange feeling claws at my sides. I'm compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. The work of literature by Sosuke-san. Could be an interesting read. This is his- there you go, there's his origins. He's not guilty, and then he wants to go right. What about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why would we? We still have a job to finish. The week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. Only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. You are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodging before it bankrupts us. Calculate. Oh my god, is he gonna? Oh, is he gonna let us live with him? Oh my god, roommates? I calculate we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? But it lacks windows and more than makes up with floor, ceiling, and walls. Great. Of course, I'd be happy to leave behind a cursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit. Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. Well, think about it if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Yes! Yes! Roommates! Roommates! Will you consider taking lodgings with me? Yes, yes, yes! I want to live with him! Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. Oh my god. I get to be roommates. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Just revived me from the dead. There's no reviving my voice from the dead, though. But I am very excited I get to roommate with him. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office. Ryusuke's like, I really want to look somewhere else. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork. Somebody's happy. Welcome. Look, Sholmes isn't on screen. Gonna go ahead and spam X. Oh, there he is. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. Little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. I love him so much. And so, Misoski-san's innocence successfully established. We rode with Sholmes to what was to become our new home. 2021B Baker Street. Steal his bed. I'm gonna crawl in his bed with him. This is adorable. And it's ours. Oh my god. Is that our rug to sleep on? So this... to be our new office. Yes! Our office. I really like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? Just to, like, cuddle with him. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you very much. His hair's green. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Oh no, he's hot. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. Get out of here. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. The salad. Splendid. Oh my god, he's looking right at us. So Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? Very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures awaits us. Oh my god, we're alone with him in our attic. He laughs at us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth of the city in London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Oh my god, thank you. Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Sounds so ominous. And we did it! Guys, we did it! That was all just worth being able to be roommates with Sholmes. Oh my god. No, look! Episode 5! Episode 5! The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Okay, as much as I want to click on it, I don't want to know anything going in, because if I click on it now, I know, like, the intro is gonna make me so excited, and then I would have to play it tomorrow. But I need a break.